Alright. Let's make sure the title is on correctly. Make sure the delay is working properly. Alright, that's set to 15 minutes. Let's make sure my TFAR plugin's also set properly, because hey, you never know. Yep. Actually, wait. Nope, it's not set properly. They're running old TFAR, and I was on beta. Alright. That also means I should be fine in the beginning to listen to them, but I should honestly just disable it now, in all honesty. So I'm going to go ahead and mute myself locally because of the local plugin. But alright, so this is the second week of the yearly WOG versus Solid Games event. I'm excited personally because we're going to see a massive amount of PvP. For today's operation, we have an Islamic PMC versus a U.S. military group. Hi, Boo. Alright, have fun, Boo. And we see that there's quite a little bit of stuff everywhere. Looks like the objective is going to be OPFOR defending a AO over here. I don't see anything else tied in line, but I've got 3 BTR-80s here, with one of them being an 80 Alpha that appears to be some sort of mechanized group. I've got multiple weapons crates back here for supplies. We have some cord statics for OPFOR as well. Gazvodnik Medical, ZU-23 static turret, multiple ZU-23s for short-range AA defense. 113 with a Mark 19 grenade machine gun. It's an unarmed 113s for transport, more than likely. Up here we've got an M1, another 113, and a mortar, 120 millimeter mortar. All right, so we have an artillery group on as well. Another BTR-80 Alpha with 2 additional BTR-80, so 2 motorized platoons. We have another motorized platoon of a bunch of gases, and then we also have, what's over here? 6x6 ATVs, so these appear to be some sort of small team or sniper spotter team. Alright, Blue 4, we've got M151, so these are going to be Humvees, M2 and Mark 19 variants, however you want to say that word. Flatbeds, but that is... I think the 252 is a howitzer, or it might be the Blue 4 designation for mortar. We'll see it in a second. But we've got 4 M2 Humvees and 3 GMG Humvees. Interesting. And then we also have another set of M2 and Mark 19 GMG Humvees. So that's crazy to see. We got some Blue 4 groups down here. Appears to be some okay, no, these are the SOCOM Vics, because it's got the M134s and then designated with the 240. So that's 3 different SOCOM Vics, one with the GMG, one with the M134, one with an M2, but they also all have the 240 attached to it as well. And then Blue 4, I saw the Reaper drone, but we also appear to have logistics vehicles and another set of M2 vehicles here as well. Let's go ahead and we go on the brief here. We can see everything. Vehicles, we got those 2 static ZU-23s and OPFOR. We got the 1165, which is a transport Humvee. This is an M2 transport truck. Don't know where that's going to be specific, and possibly down there. You got the 2 M2 Humvees up here. These are the yep, that is an up-armored variant. We got 7 up-armored M2 Humvees, 7 up-armored GMG Humvees. But it appears to be only Humvee-based for this fight, no MRAPs. And then you got the 3 SOCOM Humvees right here that are up-armored that have the multiple weapon platforms. 2 ATVs, I think these aren't the vanilla one because there's an extra wheel behind it because it's a 6x6. You got the 2 autocannon 80 Alphas, you got 4 regular BTR 80s, got a Gazvodnik medical variant for medical supply. The 252 is going to be a mortar, and Blue 4 has 2 of them. I didn't see where the second one was, but you have the 120mm mortar for OPFOR. They've got a single Mark 19 M113 and then 2 unarmed transport 113s. Got 2 transport Humvees. Another M2 truck, probably on Blue 4 side. You got the Reaper drone. I'm going to go check if that's armed. You got 5 static cords, 2 flatbed trucks, and 3 gas transports. It looks like they do have the gun up top, so I'd be willing to bet those have the AGSs to help counter the Mark 19s, because they've got 7 of them, man. Looking at the rest of this stuff, if I needed to break down who had what, I can basically guess based off of the amount of ammo and the ammo type per VIX. Looks like they got some spare shotguns in the VIX as well. I love that. Spare AT4s in some of the Humvees and the trucks, as well as basically ammo boxes for the Mark 19, because they probably have ace ammo for these statics and whatnot. So it looks like the ATV groups are going to have T5000s, or could potentially have SVEs, because they both have those ammo types, and then maybe the spotters have some sort of AK variant there. That's quite nice. BTRs are going to have the RPG 26s. I don't see any thermobaric weaponry, though. I do see HE rockets, though, for an RPG 32, so HE going to be available for OP4. Blue 4, I'm not sure, but that's a nice additional weapon for them to have. I do see HEDP and HE grenades for some GLs in here. I don't see any GL capabilities for OP4. No, I stand corrected. We got VOG rounds in some of the VIX as well. There are frag rounds for that shotgun as well. That's funny. So they do have a little pocket mortar there. Trying to look at the rest of this weaponry. Both mortars come with range cards and some map tools to help sort them. Blue 4's M1151 has some M107 rounds. They even have the 211 rounds, which are HE. And they've got that across both. So they got their own 2 sniper teams to work with in a truck. It looks like it's got some Moz HE rounds as well. Interesting. We see some axes in some of these VICs. I think that's to help clear out any trees to make sight lines. That is quite nice. And then we've got some ammo boxes here. This appears to be ammunition for statics. Possibly the cords, in which case they've got HE ammo, which is scary as hell. And then I don't know what those B-32 boxes are implied to. Could be mortar rounds, could be more static ammo. Tough to say. But yeah, we also have a fortified tool in play for some other VICs here. They're weapons crates, so the ammo crates have the spare ammo for everyone except snipers. And then we also have those weapon crates there, so we'll just see how they go. I'm going to be one of your commentators, so I have to kill myself in the beginning, similar to last year, and we'll see how things go. But this is the entire roster of 220 players. That is nuts. So it looks like commanders here. We've got Theory and Lancaster, and then I can't even begin to tell you what the other side has in terms of people. All right, West will win if they capture one zone. Capture the zone. They need 4 players to do it. Hold it within 120 seconds. To defend, 1 player is needed. So basically, how this works is if Op4 has a single person in the zone, Blue 4 can't capture it until that person's dead. Blue 4 need to have 4 people in the zone and hold it for 2 minutes to actually capture the zone. It can't be recaptured. Easy capture, 1 player can capture the zone if it's empty, enabled. So if no one's in the zone, then 1 person can just go in there and it's automatically captured. Auto capture, attack will capture if no one's defending. That's disabled. All right. Cool. U.S. Army, have your standard U.S. Army kits there, and then the Islamic PMC. We've got AKs and, you know, a mix of helmets and non-helmets. That's quite nice. And this is probably the op description. However, I do not read Russian. So I can't begin to tell you what is what there. Otherwise, this is our full roster. I don't know what it means if they have that yellow symbol. I'm going to assume everything's okay, and there's nothing to worry about. All right, guys, what we've got this stream today, we're going to be covering both rounds. Both rounds are going to be 2 hours apiece. And then we're going to be doing a Warhammer Fantasy thingamajig. I'll be an actor in there. That should be fun. Looks like Green Force spawns down here. Again, I'll have to Alt F4 myself, which should be pretty fun. But in terms of this top left AO, I've done some ops on it a few times. Blue 4's best bet is to probably just go off-road and take these ridges for reconnaissance, and then just bunny hop off the ridges to the next position. However, they've got 2 different convoys to work with, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this one go up the riverbed and this one go around the side. And we've got some MSRs on the side over here that they can work with, but Op4's equally got some pretty heavy defensive lines, so there's not going to be any opportunity for Blue 4 to sneak forces close up to the AO. This is literally just going to be a fight-as-you-go sort of scenario, so this should be quite interesting. I'm going to have to manually put the prediction up in a few minutes because there's a 15-minute delay, so by the time that prediction is over, or at least when I want it to be over, that's when the prediction should go up, because, again, 15-minute delay with a 15-minute prediction, but you guys see the prediction in real time. So I will put it down basically at the end of when I want the prediction to cash in. But with 2 working platoons per side and then support assets, this should be quite interesting. Again, I want to check out if that Reaper drone is armed. I want to say for balance, it probably is. Because otherwise, Op4 doesn't really have any... Or Blue 4 doesn't really have any dedicated AT for those BTRs, and those are the biggest assets in the field here. But we'll just have to see how things go. Ilvanex being a little jerk in chat. He's the one that even reminded me that there's a 15-minute delay to do, and if it wasn't for that, I would have forgotten and probably gotten yelled at after, but... Oh, man. That's funny. Beyond that, there isn't really much. Definitely more of a less radical AO compared to what we saw last week with all of the BMP2Ms and the MI-28 and MI-24. So more of a focus on the ground perspective, which is going to be a little easier for me to track, admittedly. We'll see how these SOCOM-Vics do. I'm going to be honest, those ATVs are probably just going to find a really good hilltop and just watch from there. Something not in the direct way of Blue 4, so maybe something over here or something over here. I don't see those ATVs going up here unless they want to get some early game recon. They'll see Blue 4 coming up and they'll immediately pull back to somewhere else. Maybe back here and then pull back. But I'd imagine Op 4 is probably going to lock these ridges down and probably make a kill zone right here, and then lock this ridge down, put a kill zone over there, maybe put an ATV group over here on the side. And then their mortar platoon will probably be back here ready to designate fire anywhere. I'd imagine SOCOM, based off of the terrain, is probably going to go around on the left. We might see a power play and then go all the way around on the right. Actually, no, I wouldn't put him past them to do something like that, because that's probably the hardest area for Op 4 to defend, because this is all mountains and hills, and I don't think Op 4 wants to risk putting their forces all the way out over here, but we'll have to see how that goes. I also don't know what the blue flags represent, but I'm sure we'll figure that out. Maybe that's a point of Op 4 can't cross, so we can't see Op 4 go past the certain line, aka no Pierce plays. Though I'm saying for the record, I wouldn't put it past Op 4 just to charge a BTR-80 Alpha down the MSR and find the Blue 4 convoy and start unloading with its autocannon. But again, that's what I think the point of the Reaper drone is to stop any vehicle rushes from Op 4. Which is a good balancing scheme, in my opinion. I want to see the creative way Op 4 hides their APCs then from the drone, if that's going to even be possible. Maybe put like 2 or 3 camo nets over it and hope for the best. Beyond that, we should be going live in a moment. This will be a 2-hour operation. However, if Blue 4 just smashes through Op 4, we'll see them go up and we'll see the round end early because they'll just take the zone. However, I will say this sector is very off the beaten path by about 2 kilometers, so that's going to slow any vehicles moving in. We could also see units move in through this tight valley here and get right on top of the objective, but it's a very steep slope. We go from... Well, it's also slightly going uphill, though, because over here we've got it down to, you know, about 500 meters, climbing up 600, and then by the end of it, it's 700, so it's going uphill. And then there's a steep, steep climb to that final area up there. And then even beyond that, you got another Overwatch position up there for it. So with terrain working against you like that, you really have no choice but to take it slow and methodically, which is why I think they only gave one sector, because they know that this is going to be a long one, but we'll see how it goes. I'm excited for it nonetheless. Sunzy being consistent. There goes the 15 minutes, and of course he's once again the first person to message. Alright. I didn't realize you needed old TFAR for these numbers. I didn't realize it was a stability thing. That makes a lot of sense then. Beta bugs out. Gotcha. I didn't know that. But hey, you learn something new every day. Alright, at this point, I'm going to put a prediction up, but I'm going to set it to 20 minutes. Because I got other people that are going to want to bet. Blue 4 US, up for... PMC. Alright, there we go. Anyway, guys, we've got this. We got another round of this, and then we have a checkpoint RP. So I'm going to be streaming practically all day. And then I'm going to probably take a break, work on mission files. I got to get some announcements out there for signups and whatnot, yada-da. And then, good God, we'll see how it goes. Beyond that, I don't really have anything else to brief on. I mean, AO looks pretty good. Terrain is definitely going to be the most challenging part for the attackers. We'll see how it transposes, but... Nah, I mean, it's pretty simple. The GMGs on both sides are really nice, but I think they're going to be outranged by the terrain itself, because the GMGs only have a maximum range of, I want to say, 400 meters before you have to start really guessing, but then like an actual maximum range, I want to say 750. And that's you just putting the gun all the way up at the proper angle and pulling the trigger, not accounting for wind in this game, which can blow the rounds more forward or further back, but I think the real heroes are going to be the autocannons if they can get put on a really good position and not get sniped early on. Then they'll be fine. The funny thing, though, is the M107 has the ammunition that can actually snipe into the APC, so we could see an M107 snipe on pretty much any active vehicle in the AO, which could be quite interesting. Do I think they're going to be in a position to do that? Probably not, but if I see a sniper team up here and they start nailing things 4 clicks out, I'm going to laugh my ass off. Beyond that, I think they're still potentially getting things sorted. We've been on this window for about 20 minutes. You got to give them patience, because again, sorting 220 people is a gigantic pain in the butt. Yeah, I mean, oh my God. I'll put that in chat. That's the, it's going to be a 15-minute delay, but what I posted 15 minutes ago was the current client listing for the server, and we're right at 220. We're right there. All right. With the two convoys being close to each other, though, they could really just break off and go left or go north either way. They don't really have the option to go right unless they follow the MSR and make this far right cut. I wouldn't put it past them to have one group kind of try to travel up the MSR and then the other group try to go up here, or they send both groups up this way and then send one up here and then one over on the side. That could help bypass a lot of the tall terrain, but then again, a lot of the tall terrain can just immediately turn and engage, because you see where these slopes basically have good overwatch over each other, though it gets a little steep. You'd have to find proper angles from here to get sight lines on this, but from this hill, you can pretty much lock that entire area down. And that's why the Predator drone is essential for Blue 4. You know, if anything, Blue 4 could just put their convoys up here, put the Predator drone up, do recon on where Op 4 is, and then make a plan of movement and act on it. However, I think no matter what, the enemy is going to have stuff where Blue 4 is coming in on. So the Predator drone's main job is going to just be to tell the convoys, hey, there's stuff at XYZ, be ready. Or, you know, stop early, set up in a position to engage, take out the contact, make it pull back, and then keep moving. Blue 4 have the tools to properly push Op 4 out of certain positions, but if they don't use them, I definitely see those autocannons just chewing them the hell up. Ilbanek, you're going to get this 15 minutes late, but I appreciate the poke of the extra stuff for the interface. Beyond that, there isn't really much else to say. I hope everyone's having a wonderful Sunday. I hope everyone enjoyed their Saturday. I am tired as hell, but what else is new? And we'll just go from there. Based on the terrain of this road, it might actually be advantageous for Blue 4 to use the northern route, because they can immediately get on some of these ridges to give them the high ground, and then they can just bump ridge to ridge here and get right on top of the objective. Op 4 is probably going to have a few Vanguard units over here ready to pull back on this side to defend this valley, but based on the terrain, I think Blue 4's best bet would be to make this massive push around, because they're also on the map border, which means they can only be ambushed from one direction. That's meta-ish, I know, but when you're dealing with the full freaking map in a corner objective, Op 4 already has the meta of only having to defend from two sides, the south and the east. Lost my train of thought there. So Blue 4 could just bump. Oh boy. I just got poked and told the server needs a restart. Oh, that's okay. Again, you got to be patient with these guys. I mean, we had to be patient last week to fix a bunch of desync, but once it finally worked out, it worked out quite well. But I've got all the time in the world till like 5 o'clock, so, you know, that gives another hour for technical difficulties for 2 full rounds of PvP, so that should be a-okay. That's okay. I have nothing but respect for people that can make this scale of an operation and make it work as well as it did last week after all the desync parsing and whatnot. It's just, I'll admit, with the amount of assets we have down, I'm excited to see this personally, but there's only so much we can range out and predict. Really, what we could see, I think the best bet for Op 4, based off the fact Blue 4 is coming in, is we want central control of this hilltop immediately for Op 4, so they can watch this route, they can watch this, and then they can maybe get eyes on over here. We might see forces go all the way out over here to watch this mountain pass. And that's all under the prediction that Blue 4 is going to be using the roads. Humvees can do a little, they can do a decent job off-road as well. The trucks, though, cannot. Op 4 is also going to want forces over here, maybe to push forces all the way out here to 803 to watch this road. And then watching this left side, you're going to want to see them push out all the way over here. maybe also push out here to sandwich that. All right, there's the restart. And now we wait. I'm going to go ahead and put my handy doodah stock thing up here. You know, I'll probably wait till someone pokes me to tell me to connect because server like that actually doesn't have that big of a mod set, so it would reboot rather quickly. It's just having 220 people connect to it at the same time is probably going to be a little bit of a struggle. Whew. But compared to last week, that was Solid Games framework. Now we're using WOG's framework, so we'll see how things go.
Let's give him a warm welcome, shall we?
All right, tapping in and out. We just gotta be in a technical hold. And the thing is, I don't know when these happen. Otherwise, I would prefer to start the stream like up to 5 minutes prior of when the mission actually hits, but you know how balancing is. I'll be honest, if everyone could do a 220 player event, we would have those every week. But I wanna look at how quickly this shit moves. Actually, we're already back at 190. This, when I jumped in, was zooming. My God. But this is to show you the scale of everything, man. It's climbing up. So it looks like Solid Games is going to be Blue 4 for this operation, and Op 4 is going to be WOG. It also looks like there's only one sniper team here, and each one gets a single ATV to work with. So I'm assuming the spotter probably has an SVD and the sniper has the T5000, based off the fact that that's the ammo types they had. Though I did see AK ammo in there too, so maybe they have, maybe one of them does have an AK of some sort. Hard to say. I'll hit the OK button. I think they're waiting for people to get parsed in. This number's slowly updating. Just went through 200. Oh, man. And Blue 4 is missing a decent chunk at the moment. Someone's having a keying issue. And otherwise, we should be A-okay. Becknor, welcome back, buddy. Type exclamation point Discord, because I assure you, I run ops in my own community rather infrequently as well. I'm trying to be more frequent about it, but every week I seem to have a different excuse. This past week was 14 mission files to make. The previous week was getting commissioned on 2 projects I can't talk about. The previous week beyond that was, I don't even remember. There is always something week to week, and when there isn't, I can finally have some freaking peace in my life, but it only lasts me a few days to a week at most. Alright, now we're just being waiting to be parsed back into the map. With any luck, we'll get in and start probably about 12:15, so 15 minutes from now. But again, hope you've all been having a wonderful Sunday. Got a lot of streaming to do today. Might end it with either some mission to Evermore Darktide just to relax. I'm gonna mess around. Ah, man. Ilvanek has access to both stream and real-time, Keck. But yeah, no, the second mission is apparently going to be wild, and that's the one I'm really excited for. I do remember last year's fourth mission was, I think, Egypt versus Israel. And Israel had HIMARS. And the HIMAR gunner got jumped by a random Op 4 guy patrolling around the rear of the Blue 4 formation. It was funny as hell. But by the end of the operation, both sides had been almost evenly trading their vehicle assets, but Blue 4 ended up with like 1 or 2 tanks remaining. And they just dominated the remaining AO, because by then Op 4 had extinguished all of its AT. And the tanks just charged the last objective and murdered everyone with infantry support. It was funny. All right. Hey, I've seen this one before. But here, for everyone that's coming in that's new, here's the vehicle list. Predator drone. What sucks about the Predator drone is I'm not going to be able to see it in my interface. I'm just going to have to guess where it is. Shaq, I'm going to tell you right now, Ilvanek smells. All right? That's just, he be like that. But that's okay. And again, for any of you that can read Russian, here's the description of the operation. You know what? I am going to do my best to translate. It's probably going to be completely wrong, but you know what? We have some time to kill. In 22X, Islamic forces staged multiple attacks on U.S. airfields in the vicinity, and although none were successful, they were enough to provoke the wrath of the United States. Now, the United States has prepared a counterattack consisting of 2 convoys of Humvees, as well as special forces and a Reaper drone for scouting. However, with how integrated the local PMC is with the community, multiple spotters in the towns around the airports have reported the mobilization and pushing out of U.S. forces. Properly guessing that the U.S. is about to attack, the Islamic PMC hastily prepares a defense of their headquarters located in the northwest mountains of Lithia. Will the Islamic forces be able to fight back the U.S. menace they so desperately hate, or will the U.S. curb stomp them? I got to about right here, and the rest of these words are, yes. Words. I'm sure things will go fine, but Ilbanek saying we got 3 minutes till the mission starts. I'm gonna be honest. Speaking on the dark side front, Dante was already drained from yesterday in his ops, but after that one round where he had to basically carry 3 vets as an ogre, and he's tired. He's freaking tired. Though that was funny as hell. Just, if I had to show a round of Darktide to anyone, it would be that round, because that round was just bonkers. It was a damnation run, but it's like, no, you're going to win this one. You're just going to suffer for it. My god, double dog and double mutie right after that damn Plague Ogren, though. Like, someone, and then a horde immediately after. There was something being malicious there, that's for damn sure. 35% blue win. We're at 113k to 206k. Guys, I want to say, for the final round tonight, the second round of the day, I do want to see those numbers break 500,000. All right? I just want to say it now, because we've had FNF rounds break 400,000. So we'll see how things go. I've just been poked to remind me to stay in my slots and don't leave because, don't leave lobby, okay. They probably have the server locked at that point. Ah, man. Should be interesting. Well, yeah, with the M107, I think firing at its range, it should have the room to dial anything in. All right, here we go. My safety got put on. Excellent. And I've got a block of TNT to kill myself with. Awesome. So they're probably going to have to keep the sim disabled for a minute or two just to, again, have everything calibrated here. You got all the spawns locked in. I love how you see the little bar that comes up on the top right when I scroll for my scroll wheel menu? That's not loading because my sim's disabled. Looks like they bumped the official start time as well, so we're just going to be locked in a prison here. Just so the server can properly calibrate, which makes sense. Do I have a watch? You know, I can't turn my head to look if the sun's rising or setting. This could be a night op, or an op going into night. Oh boy. And I think the reason they're doing this is because of last week's first round was a very big desyncing mess, so they're giving the server ample time to calibrate everyone on position. Again, the stuff you have to do. You just gotta understand the player 220 player PvP, though. It was supposed to... The official start time was an hour ago. And we're running some delays real quick to calibrate the server to have it ready to go so it's smooth for this round. Alright. C'est la vie. Should be good. I am excited for the checkpoint RP later today, though. That should be... You know, I honestly don't know what to expect, and I'm not going to set any expectations for myself for that one, but good God. Oh, it doesn't help that I'm tired. I'm not gonna lie, I woke up like 20 minutes before the official start time an hour ago, and I just literally rolled out of bed. Well, okay, Bloodwing rolled me out of bed. I think that was the original warm-up time getting me out of taking my safety off, because that's when the warm-up ended. But again, there's 5 additional minutes down, so we'll see how things go. Yeah, so the reason we have the 15-minute safe start is back before I was invited to do this a year ago, I had always heard rumors of crazy Russian server events doing 200 to 300 player things, but they would also... Alright, I need to... Hold on. But they would also, like, weaponize stream sniping and whatnot, so the 15-minute delay is to make sure that isn't a thing. Oh. I didn't realize that could be done. Oh, man.
Hands.
Sorry, just unmute myself. What?
Do you want to explode together?
Of course we can explode together.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll prime it then. It's not letting me prime it.
Yep.
It is a throne charge, but you try yours.
It's thrown.
Send in Goat Team 6 now.
Yeah.
Oh, I got it. All right. Hug the charge. I just had to shift G the script out. Eh. No, that's not fair. How am I supposed to... Oh, this is gonna hurt. Alright.
Thank you.
No problem. Let me remute myself. Time to study a new spectator interface. I can't open the map. Toggle internal view. Control Shift B is bullet trace. Control H is hide 3D tags. Tab gives me my unit list. Okay, so the 4 AI are still up. Okay. Do I have a third person capability here? Because at this point, I'm just gonna pretty much only be able to randomly go on people because my map is gonna be blocked for 15 minutes. With that, show crew. Yeah, black magic here. Switch camera on nearest unit. Hide HUD. Show crew. Okay. Toggle camera state, internal, external is space. But it's not, okay, letting me do what I thought it would. Trying to use this to change the unit here, but that's not letting me move. Okay. Yeah, so we got a random guy. We can see his scope in vision and out vision, which is nice there. Control click chooses unit. Click is free camera movement. Okay. Cool, but again, it's not letting me get out of... It's not letting me out. Control right mouse button toggles the 3D. Okay. We at least get to that so I can see a bit more of what's going on. Again, I can't seem to click out here. Alright, those don't work unless I'm in the... Well, I'm trying to use some of those. You can see mines and placed bodies. That's cute. Camera switch isn't working. Okay. I'm not sure I can access outside of people until that's over with. All right, well, we'll work with it. They're increasing the freeze time a bit more. Looks like the sun is coming from the west, so it might actually be getting darker here. And everyone has night vision, so I assume it is going to be a darker mission. We got this position over here. This is next to the 23 millimeters, which means this is around the base itself, so it is on a sheer mountaintop. Enemy weaponry appears to be scoped. Well, not everything scoped. We got PKs. Actually, PKPs with scopes right there. Still no map access. Some RPG 32s in play. Vodnik's honking. They got the... Damn, this means I'm not going to be able to see what's on with the whatchamacallit, the Reaper drone. I won't know if it's armed or not, because I'm not going to be able to see it by the time it comes in. We also see all the vehicles everyone's attached to. Sim just got disabled again at the start time. We see one of the M107s in play here. Okay. I don't see any ordnance on it, so I think it's purely a recon asset. It looks like we can access the drone from this interface down here. Alright. Blue 4 convoys appear to be on the move. We've got units from the airfield coming in. Back North, thanks for the 5 gift subs. If you got a sub from Back North, make sure you thank him or her. Otherwise, hope you all keep enjoying the operations. And I do hope you get a nice kick out of this scenario. So we got the gases in play. Units are armed on the AGS 20 systems there. It might be an AGS 30. Then you got the BTRs on the move here. Got a few guys back here. It looks like desync is mostly fixed. There's a little bit of a hiccup here and there, but that's fine. We got the 80 Alphas on the move as well. Definitely 2 different ones active at the moment. Otherwise, we also got a good chunk of infantry still moving around. A few possibly AFK, but it looks like they're setting up defensive positions around their little HQ area here as well. Gonna keep checking. Looks like the objective is actually some sort of internal cave structure, and these guys are just setting up around it, which is quite nice. We got the ATVs here. I would love to see these guys' weaponry. Looks like it's a 6-wheeler because the 2 sets of wheels on the rear just have a bunch of extra supplies for him. He's waiting for his buddy to catch up. Can't see the weaponry. Actually, I can. That appears to be an AK on the lead Vic. Are both of them AKs? So I'd imagine they have 2 sets of weapons then. One is an AK and the other one's probably a SVD, and then the other one has a T5000, because a sniper team wouldn't just have AKs, you know what I mean? Basing that off of the ammo they actually have in the vehicle. Shiv has the actual translation. Wow, you know, I wasn't even close. I wasn't even close, but you know what? I can dream, damn it. Looks like Op 4 are already getting into positions and starting to build fortifications on some hilltops. Based off of what I saw right here, I think this is one of the hills I identified earlier. I really need that map view. I get why they have it, but in the spectator interface it hurts, because right now I'm just making guesses based off of what I know with the terrain. This route over here, I know this one. It's the far southwestern road, so these SOCOM guys are going to come around the left side. I know that for a fact. And I see 2 of the SOCOM Vics here. I'm trying to see if there's the 3rd one behind them. we got smoke in the distance, too. That's quite interesting. And then here's the M2 SOCOM Vic. I'm looking for the Mark 19 SOCOM Vic. I don't see it. Nope, here it is. Yep, so they're all in the convoy. Or am I missing the 134 SOCOM Vic? Nope, it's back here. Yeah, so it's just the 3-vehicle convoy. And it sounds like they're all together. Yeah, so it's just lagging behind, that's why. 134 is a great suppression weapon, but at long ranges, it's going to drop off. The M2 is going to be the best bet for sniping at longer ranges, and the Mark 19 is just a good static weapon. Basically, ISIS against the US, yes. I'm going to tab out to allow that message, because that's fair. Alright, let me tab back in. There we go. Alright, Reaper is in play. I can actually track it this time. As I predicted, Op4 is going to be on top of positions to watch everything. We've got... I think that was just an AI glitch there, and Blue 4 heading up the MSR. At this point, we have a Blue 4 Darter in play as well. I might not have the ability to free cam, which is going to be a little painful for this. Oh boy. Yeah, it says if I click, I can get free camera movement, but I'm not. Oh, that's gonna suck. And CK shows the crew here. We got the ATVs about to run into this convoy coming around over here. Oh, so I think those blue flags represented where the SOCOM Vics could teleport to. Because that explains why they're already up here. I was completely wrong about the maneuvering, but that's a smart play to have. So Op4 Recon's about to be in a position to catch these guys. You also have some darters in play. So Blue 4... looks like that was actually just set to an Op4 Darter as well, so they've got those to basically recon the routes of these forces coming in. And now you're having a bit of a split right here. So you see that Darter in the sky, you've got the ATV forces out there. Oh, this is going to be strange without free cam. All right. Because I see click free camera movement, but it's not giving it to me. See, and then when I actually try to free cam, it looks like it's giving me some opportunity here, but not so much. This is the first round. Tab to jump between units here. So he's got the little top-down sight there for the arrow. We hear some shots in the distance. I don't know what that would be towards here. Oh, I have the ability to make shift-click markers. How would I do that? So if I control click on the map, I can immediately go to anyone's camera. Well, at least I can do that because having to predict through the tab menu would have been impossible. But again, I don't have the ability to free cam. This guy's got C-Mags in a scoped out M4 platform. So looks like we got one guy escorting a Gaz here. This is probably a Gaz armed with a GMG and a medium machine gun. So convicts have moved up. I hear AT being pulled out. Can't seem to access the drones. And then the nearest unit thing isn't really working either. We have a BTR 80 trying to push up to the hilltops over here. Shift that doesn't do anything. Otherwise, we've got some infantry starting to head up to this Overwatch hill. We got some Op 4 guys ready to go with RPGs. I think they have those out. Either they're ranging out the road if you see where they're looking, or they're just having these out in case Blue 4 tries to blow by with any vehicles. You got the main convoy breaking out over here. This guy appears to be super zoomed in, probably because he's looking around. Yeah, I'm hitting the zoom out key, but it's not doing shit for me. So I think my view is also tied to how they have their view set. So if they're super zoomed in, I'm going to be super zoomed in. Darter's flying over this player group's position here, so Op4 is going to know that these guys exist. Otherwise, you still have these guys reconning things out, but they might be pulling back now because the Darter might know that there's forces over there. Reaper drone flying overhead might spot this vehicle moving around down here. BTR has comfortably set up a position to lock down that road. Not a bad call. Darter up here is also going to get the brunt of infantry movements around here and some vehicles. However, these guys are going to still continue to go around. I think they're going to follow the SOCOM guys in. Another thing I want to try to look at is where the artillery Vic is going to be. Possibly in there with that Humvee at the moment. But look at this massive Op 4 defense line. If Blue 4 is going to really do the route they're going to do, Op 4 might try to either reinforce the lines immediately or swing this force around. However, I do find it interesting that we do have a single Vic over here coasting around. Again, he's super zoomed in, so I can't really track him. And I can't even go into third person again. So, there we go. It's hard to tell. I want to apologize to you guys watching. I didn't realize how difficult the spectator interface was going to be because I don't remember it being this difficult last time. I remember being able to click and then actively free cam around, but I guess that got disabled for whatever reason. I don't know, but that's a pain in the ass. It literally says free cam movement. I just click, but it's not letting me. And I'll be honest, the best place to spectate is from there because you can get all the angles of everything. But here I'm just going to be limited to the third and first person views of everyone else on the field. ATV's bypassing this Blue 4 element here. Not sure if they know that these guys are up here. There might have been something lost in coordination because I feel like the Darter should have been able to spot this group. At this rate, though, if they stick on the road, they might run in that Mark 19 Vic, and that's just going to absolutely shred them. Darter flying around, but it looks like Blue 4 has no idea, which is fair. It's a darter. It's going to be high up in the sky. Funny enough, I think this guy's looking right at it. At least angle-wise, but he's not going to be able to get a view on it. Because it's too high in the air for him, even though he's on a hill. But I think he's just reconning out the route for these guys to continue moving. You got Blue 4 still heading up here. Reaper's still orbiting. And here, I want to have a look inside. Yeah, this appears to be some sort of just completely decked out internal area. I just heard a drone, so I guess I can get in the drone interface, but what in here was it? I don't know. So on the outside, you've got the headquarters area over here, so I imagine the opening is going to be somewhere in this side. And then we got a battle tower out here, actually, for them to properly engage with. God. All right, Op 4 set up a pretty good ambush on this route over here. We'll have to watch that go in. We hear artillery landing. I can't tell if that's Blue 4 or Op 4. Based off of the rounds, I'm looking around to see if I see a mortar mounted anywhere. We got the cord. I'd imagine it might be the darter. Actually, the darter's down. So I'm not sure if Blue 4 saw it and shot it, or the artillery round might have taken it out. That's definitely Op 4 artillery on their position. So Blue 4 is now scattering. Some are even going triple time here. Yeah, so we have the dead drone. It went down over there. I can toggle dead bodies with K there. But I have to then try to figure out what it actually is. But since there's a lack of a drone here, I can only imagine. Honestly, I think the artillery might have taken it out. The AGS, I think, is now guessing at where they are. You can range up to 700 meters. So I misspoke earlier when I said only 400. So you got some people hiding in buildings. And you can hear the AGS shooting in the distance. Sniper team's in a decent position to overwatch the left and right sides here. That weapon appears to be an AK. And then you can switch it out for a T5000. Okay, so they've got some sort of primary script for that. So they got their AKs out for close range, but then they also have their secondary weapons as well. I'm just sanity checking myself again because it's really tough to spectate this properly. Because I'm not going to be able to catch anything like that cave complex. I'd love to explore it, but... I guess that's something else we can briefly look at. Let's see if there's any mines on the field here. Oh, God. Yeah, there's a lot. Alright, GMG's firing again. Can't see where those rounds are landing. We do have infantry coming up forward, though. This guy does have a scoped weapon of some sort. He might be able to take it out. Rounds are landing fairly close to him. I think some of these guys might have their nods on because it briefly goes into night vision before it resets itself. So rounds are landing pretty much between these two guys, actually. He's taking marksman fire, so he quickly gets out. And he's going to move that Vic back. Not a bad call to make. I wonder what is actively engaging him. Looks like it's this guy. Try to hit him with what appears to be a scoped 5.56. Then we also have the 50 cal firing up at him. Probably he was briefly visible as he drove off to the north. Now you have the main convoy coming in. And Op 4 are a little low on the bend here, but they'll see the convoy come in when they get around on that. Focus here is on the north, however, we do have... Looks like a Humvee was indeed ambushed on the ridge here. We're having artillery rounds come in. Darters walking the shots in. We got a wounded guy right here. Unable to tell... Looks like he's... nope, that's... I think that's Blue 4. Looks like they're remounting the Vic, trying to check on it, but it's out of fuel. Everything's pretty much dead in there. We'll see if more arty lands, hitting the K key here for any bodies. I don't have any bodies here yet. Okay. So we might see Op 4 try to do a push. We see this one infantry guy trying to make a push. So he saw that guy. He's trying to sight him in, but he pulls back. Blue 4 still being incredibly cautious here. Honestly, this Op 4 guy shouldn't move from his position. It's a very good spot. But he's got other people around, I think, doing medical. And if he pushes out... Wow. HE shell just came in and hit this dude. I have no idea from where... Possibly a Moz gunner. But beyond that, I honestly can't tell. So Blue 4 are now cautious on this. That guy might not wake back up because that HE shell was right next to him when it detonated. Of course, when someone in chat says it after I've been trying for multiple attempts to actually do it, now it magically decides to work. Sorry, I'm really salty right now about that. Anyway. Immune, I appreciate it, but again, I was trying that earlier and it wasn't doing it. It's just fucking unreliable. But anyway, let's cover this. I apologize for being a bit salty on that. It's annoying. We can see where that thing landed. Now I can do my fucking job. Sorry, I'll simmer down. Alright, Op 4. Still firing with that AGS. Trying to see where those rounds are going to land at. Looks like they're bombarding a little past this town over here. very far off in terms of the range, but we do have a big chunk of the convoy starting to come in, and now Op4 is going to be able to start seeing them overwatch. So with that, I'm wondering if Op4 is going to start putting some proper artillery down. Now that I have a second, because I think I can hear that in the distance, I'm going to go ahead and actually look at this complex here. So we have... Here's the entryway. This is very nice, and it's got its own little internal fortifications and whatnot. It does appear to have more than a few entryways as well, but some stuff is also just outright blocked off to make some little bunkers. I love that. All right. Meanwhile, you have this blue 4 element continuing to move. However, they're about to run right on top of this Op 4 group here. So I think this guy is the circle around his symbol because I have his vision selected. Is he going to look left and see this guy? No, but I think he got spotted. Caught out in the open and eliminated on the dot. Alright, there we go. Now I'm getting the hang of this thing. Darter drone still far above, overwatching. GL just came in, knocked this guy out. He also took some fire from the right and left sides. Another GL goes in and finishes him off. Now we're spectating. Alright. That guy that took the HE shell still unconscious. I doubt he's going to wake back up. Op 4 remounting their Vic. It looks like they're going to try to move. I just saw him take fire, though, from the right. Some bullet impacts on his Gaz. Meanwhile, looking over here, we got what appears to be a wounded Blue 4 guy freshly going in the downed interface. Looks like he was spotted and picked off. You got some GMG fire coming up on this ridge as this Gaz maneuvers around, so it might be firing trying to follow that specific vehicle. You got a lot of map hugging right here as well by Blue 4. Then you got these guys properly overwatching this massive group, or at least what they can, because since this position, they've actually moved a little further off. But they're all really broken apart right here. So you got these two main attack waves. We still have Blue 4 on the side over here, just doing some reconnaissance, but not much in terms of what they can achieve. We got one Op 4 guy trying to stem the tide, engaging units in the open. He does have a GL, though. Oh, he's taking flanking fire from the right. Doesn't even know where that's coming from. Desperately tries to pop a smoke. Doesn't get killed off, though. He's going to wait for it to billow out. Tries to get another, and he gets shot from afar. I can't tell if that was this shooter or someone else nearby. But either way, that's down. They've repositioned the Gaz to be over here with that GMG. I think they're checking the ridge right there to see if Blue 4 is coming up on that spot. And Blue 4 otherwise is pushing on that position. We hear the artillery landing. Looks like they're trying to walk the artillery rounds on this group of infantry right here. But they are just far, and I think that's just the spread of the artillery piece from this range. Otherwise, Vic is pushing back. We've got Op 4 trying to capitalize on this ridge, though I don't think they're going to have the manpower to properly stay on this position. We already have some Blue 4 elements trickling in on the ridgeline as well. We're hearing more Op 4 artillery rounds going out on this hilltop here. Again, they're trying to hit around where Blue 4 is, but Blue 4 have done a really good job spacing their forces out in positions that Op 4 is seeing, but around other positions, even then, look at this spread. I mean, around 80 to 100 meters around here. That's not a bad call on any spot here, so that is quite nice. And you got the Reaper flying overhead. I think the real issue is going to end up being these hilltops and whatnot, and these really nice defensive positions that Op 4 is going to be able to make. You got forces continuing to move through. Did I message Sam? I did not, Sixor. Tracer rounds coming in. He's now taking fire. I was hitting Control H earlier too, and that wasn't doing it either. All right, it was literally, I was trying that in spacebar for the past 20 minutes and it wasn't working. And then of course, when I read it from someone and decide to try it again on a whim, it magically works. So I'm just going to assume it was also on a timer similar to the map, and I just couldn't free cam after a certain point because I was hitting the buttons. I was definitely hitting the buttons. That or maybe my keyboard was dying, but even then it wouldn't make sense because other buttons were working. Whatever. I'm going to get off the topic, otherwise I'm going to be too pissed to cover the second round. Control H to show nicknames. It does not, by the way. It only gets the symbolism. Alright, otherwise, a few more bodies over here. A Blue 4 and Op 4 dying. That was the drone up there. Up here, we have some Blue 4 and Op 4 corpses. Mostly Op 4, though. But otherwise, that is it. We got some Blue 4 trying to get into the Op 4 line over here. They're going to become in the middle of the lines at the moment. Darters flying back overhead to get eyes on these guys. Could see the Gaz push this position, but it looks like they're instead going to U-turn it out and pull back. And they are taking some fire at the moment. Looks like the Darter just went down. I think, again, because the Darters only have 30 minutes of battery life, and checking the time, we're at the 87-minute mark, so if they immediately deployed them, it would make sense for that other Darter to crash land at the moment. We see another, we see two black markers here, so I think one of the Op 4 guys was taken out, and the other one was the Darter, because I don't see the Darter marker anymore. Then we have this one guy over here stuck at the moment. He doesn't want to move because he's surrounded by Blue 4, and he doesn't... I mean, if you move in the open ridge line, you are potentially going to get spotted. Gaz might be going in to try to pick him up, though. But Blue 4 are also fairly spaced out right here as well, so they could very well just pick him up and get out. And Blue 4 seem to not be in a position to really respond to this vehicle charging up to try to recover him. So we got a Mark 19 moving up, firing rounds very far out there. Looks like they're trying to hit that ridge line, but this is going to open up a response from the Op 4 elements immediately on top of this position. It's going to be a tough angle to snipe that gunner out. You either have to get behind it or you can get on the rocks to the right. He's going to vault it. There it is. Did you just... But he was your friend. He was... But he was up for... But... A soul for a soul. Alright. That's the price we pay for a Blue 4 Mark 19 vehicle. Alright. Sure. Why not? Alright, so the Gaz Tiger was able to go and pick that one guy up. It's going to go pick up those other two, pull back to more solid defensive lines. Op4 has these positions as well. And they've made some pretty big bunker complexes here. This is quite nice to see, but if the GMGs get close enough, they're going to shell the shit out of that position. And both sides have access to artillery, but this could also serve to drain the artillery on Blue 4's side so Op4 can dominate with it closer to the actual objective. Hard to say. And Blue 4 still walking up this northern ridge here. We still have this one Gaz trying to lock the area down. It looks like it's pulled back even further. Here, I'm curious, though, if I were to click on a unit. And then Control H would... Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I think free camming was locked because I was doing that too. And now it's magically working, which again, I get. You know, if they're also gonna lock the map, maybe they don't want people to see, you know, what people are building in positions or whatnot. I get it. I just wish I was told in advance, you know? That's my only gripe, but I get over things like that quickly, and I hope you can too. All right, with that, we've got more vehicles marauding around. We have the Mark 19 Vic that was stolen coming around right here. We got some additional Op4 guys around with Blue 4 slowly advancing on this side, so we'll have some picket fighting here. Next major fight for this southern group, since Op4 is fully pulled back, is going to probably be between those two positions. And then you got this four-man group right here in the open. They're taking sporadic fire from the ridges. Rounds are landing far and close on this guy. Thought I just heard an autocannon firing in the way distance there. Little bit of desync to work with, though. We got some red smoke being fired on these guys' position. Honestly, very accurate red smoke, too. That's going to help mark out to everyone where the enemy actually is. It's a great shot by whoever decided to launch that one. Looking over here, we got a single down Blue 4 guy, Op4 corner camping behind the rocks. That's the best they can do. Limit the angle that they have so they can take out anyone that actually comes around. That grenade goes up. Blue 4 trying to retaliate with one, but that goes far. Looks like they're going to do a quick hard freeze to fix it. And that simulation disabled. All right. Let's take a quick review at the scenario here. What do we have? Blue 4 has a massive force on the northern side. They're going to be able to whip that around. And again, the real difficult part is going to be this additional ridge right here in this murder valley. Op4's got entrenchments on it. They've got really great sight line looking in. This is where Blue 4 is going to really suffer on. And Op4's got lines all the way to the northern edge of the map. But if Blue 4 can break through this, they'll be right on top of the objective. But Op4's got a pretty solid defensive line there as well. We have the second platoon over here, which is going to continue to make its way above. What I am worried about, though, for Op4 is if these guys can break through and get on this position, they could very well either open up a second attack wave on the final objective, or they could start flanking the ridge to alleviate pressure off of this group to actually get on that area. Looks like that firefight concluded over here, and Blue 4 were able to get that one Op 4 kill. And the other Op 4 elements that are in the zone have sometimes left. We still have the sniper team behind these guys on the ridge here, so we'll see how things go. And one thing I'm slightly concerned about is this Gaz gonna start having picket forces come up to it, and it could potentially get sniped early on. Because I'll be honest, it's hard for a single Gaz to lock down an area with no infantry support to help radio contacts in. And I think they were immediately spotted. That's an AT4 out. And that's a destroyed Gaz. Fine shooting. But yeah, that's the weakness of having a lone asset. If you have a single guy come up, and even if you have your engine off and you're making no noise, as soon as it sees you, and if that one guy happens to have AT, you might not be able to react quick enough to drive away, and they might just be able to blast you outright. Gaz Vodnik coming around on the southern side. And we'll have to see how it goes. We got a Blue 4 darter now coming out. Right, I can't select darters. And I think it's going to be overwatching the platoon formation here, but also start moving forward and reconning out these ridges. I mean, from the air a mile away with the markers out, you can even see that everything is fortified with those entrenched tools. I'm a little curious about how that Mark 19 Vic's gonna actually play out, because I could see it getting up on this ridge and getting a few kills with that Mark 19 before Blue 4 might realize that that asset was stolen. Because I don't care how good your comms are in this game, people will always misidentify and not properly disseminate information. So we have another Op 4 guy down right here. He's bleeding. I just have no idea what hit him. I don't see any mines around. We see mines in some fairly good spots over here, but speaking of, I want to see what these look like. Yeah, so they're literally just AT mines. Nice. Good for locking down the roads. But this platoon split off into two groups. You got the northern group going around, and then this group also taking the hilltop. Might try to open up another push right here, because this is what appears to be the path of least resistance. Because you got the forest to work with, but that incline's going to be a bitch, in all honesty. I'm trying Alt-Shift-B again for tracers. So let's see if they come up, because I've been trying that a few times to no effect. Yeah, that's going to be coming up. That's fine. Let me just review this real quick again. It's Control-Shift-B. Let's see if that fixed it. Do another barrage for me, broski. You're doing a great job of stemming the tide with them. But you got to be careful, because you might end up getting flanked on your left. I can see what he's trying to do here, though. He's trying to engage more force in the open. However, he needs to be careful, because he does have a friendly up here, though we've already seen him hit a guy. We got more GMGs firing in right here. A lot of GMGs. I'm not sure. All right, now the tracers are working. I think just some of my stuff was disabled for 15 or 20 minutes. Because that's the only thing I can think of, because I was trying all the keybinds and nothing, like half the stuff wasn't working. And I'm like, what the hell? But now I know. Now I hear artillery firing in the distance. We can watch these rounds come in. Now that we have our tracer module down. Doing my best to track. Oh, that line is tough to see. Gonna be honest, I think I lost it. Here we go. I think if I get too close to it, it de-renders. Yeah, because when I finally look at that angle, so we'll see if they're gonna land on the hilltops over here. Or not. Oh, that's... Op 4's already landing right in the middle of Blue 4's formation. But again, Blue 4's done a great job of spacing all their forces out so they don't get hit. Alright, what's that? Got some fire going. Wow, they're already starting to engage what's up on that ridge. You can see even the tracers are running out, but my tracer effect also runs out and stops tracking. I can't even see where the smoke's getting kicked up. Those rounds are probably landing quite a bit short. But he is engaging from, I want to say, at least 2 kilometers out. More than a little over 2, to be honest. They're calling another hard freeze right now, probably because of a bit more desync. All right, so these guys, they lost a guy down here. They're down to 3. If I were to hit the K button, we do see a body right there. See the original firefight right there as well. Looks like another guy died. I don't know to what, to be honest. Oh, so there's a Blue 4 body right here. So these guys probably traded. That's kind of crazy to see a Blue 4 body all the way up here, but we see a few others that have started coming around, so I guess that's the case. And then we have a transport Humvee coming up over here as well. Don't know what these guys have. We've got a fast helmet right here, which indicates it might be Special Forces, but weird. We had possibly another little engagement right here, but this appears to be a Blue 4 guy, so either he got picked off or it was a friendly fire incident. Tough to say. And this guy, I think, is looking at it with binos to verify. Op 4, it looks like they're breaking down from the ATV position. We do have some command vehicles on the rear that sniper team could try to take out, but anything goes at that point. This is going to be a pretty nasty source of contention right here. Going to turn dead bodies off and bring that up a little later. Mark 19 still marauding around, though, so we'll just see what it does. More arty going out. We'll try to track that later, and we still have one Op 4 guy in the middle of this formation. Map also opens up locally to whatever unit I'm spectating. However, I hear the background audio of that unit, so I prefer to take things further away that aren't going to be engaged, because the background audio throws me off. Because it layers on top of, you know, the audio right here as well. Machine gunner once again trying to fire out. This is a SOCOM Vic with the 240 firing this time. That is from an incredibly long range. He's either overranged or he's trying to fire all the way at the HQ area. All right, mortars were landing. I don't see the smoke of those mortars at all. I don't see any impact. Okay, no. That's where I thought I saw smoke, but I lost track of it. They're basically shelling these fortified positions and knocking out additional forces here. If I were to hit the K button, there is a body up here, so they did manage to get a kill with that artillery strike. And you hear the sound of BTRs marauding around over here as well. Look at this. The Humvee's driving by. Looks like there's an Op 4 guy shooting at him, too. That's going to further confuse Blue 4. Looks like someone properly saw the driver and managed to take him out with an AT-4. Now you got Blue 4 trying to return fire over here. This guy's bleeding. And he bleeds out. And then we see little black dots for dead Blue 4 bodies. And I think the black squares are going to be dead Op 4 bodies. So there's actually quite a few dead Blue 4 around here. It looks like Blue 4 is trying to send forces down to go try to find where this one Op 4 guy is. Looks like you guys finally got to the Humvee part. How fitting, 15 minutes later he explodes. This guy's an RPG-32 gunner. He's just checking his AT at the moment. They're trying to dial in on him. Op 4 still dealing with that casualty up there. BTR-80's pushed up on the ridge. Cook-off appears to have ended on that vehicle. All the ammo's sufficiently cooked off. Blue 4 still running around up on the ridge there. These three Blue 4 have come around. Looks like they've actually pulled back a bit from where they were previously engaged. You still have one Op 4 squirter looking at them and everyone else on the northern side. They got the 80 Alpha up there as well. Blue 4 also trickling up where the other 80 Alpha is over here. And wow, it actually sniped a guy. Looks like they brought a Humvee up here. Humvee got shot. They dismounted, and then one of them was hit, and we saw the smoke of HE rounds being utilized. So you definitely don't want to be on the other end of that autocannon there, but those 80 Alphas are going to be a really good crutch for Op 4 to have, as long as they can put them in positions where they can maintain their ranges. If they can't, then it's game over. Look at this position up here, though. More Op 4 casualties being spotted, I think, because Blue 4 are just getting on top of this position with some of their Spec Op guys and just properly engaging Op 4 where they can. But it looks like that Blue 4 guy just bit off a bit more than he could chew, ended up in a 2-man firefight with a 2v1 and just lost it from there. AGS firing at this infantry group coming in here. Oh, that is deadly accurate. Right in the middle of that formation. Looks like they're opening up with more. We hear some AT coming in. That was an HE round, but a little over. Those rounds much shorter. Looks like they're trying to walk in on that infantry guy right there. And we still have this one Op 4 guy around right there as well. More GMG rounds coming in. Knocking that guy to his feet as he's trying to do some more medical. I'd say I'd ask how they see this guy from that one angle, but we proved recently during that 506 up on Wednesday that if you have your render distance, or excuse me, your graphic settings turned all the way down, you can see over little ridges like that. I'm willing to bet that's exactly what this guy is doing as he's trying to range his shots in. That or he has one hell of a good spotter. Anything's possible. So numbers right now are 83 Blue 4 to 92 Op 4. I do love having those numbers on the bottom left. Almost an hour of this 2-hour operation has gone by. Looks like this guy's trying to drop a little bit of weight, so he dropped an AT rocket there, and he's just reconning what else he can see on this ridge. Might get a few free snipes in with that RPG, but we'll have to see. Blue 4, meanwhile, have come right up on the edge of this ridge here and are starting to move up, but Op 4 is starting to send some units down to counter any movement here. But we have a big development of units going back and forth right here, so we'll just have to see how things go. Artillery landing. I'm going to be honest, this is in the middle of no man's land here. It could have been anyone that fired those shots, but we do have this 4-man team coming up. I love the spacing they're doing because they know mortars are in play. It's just a little scary to do that because your point man is pretty much going to end up alone, and if he fights a fortified position of more than a few guys, he's probably screwed. Looks like this guy either got another blue 4 kill up here. You can see all the black dots indicating it's all dead blue 4 guys, so he's been just picking off what he can.
Go team 6 now.
Meanwhile, more blue 4 trying to trickle in but getting hit here.
I hope I didn't come late. I always watch all the lives I didn't watch.
Sidious, thanks for the 5-month resub. You're about halfway through the first round, but we still have a second round to cover. Hope you keep enjoying the operations. I do hope you get a nice kick out of this scenario. Alright, so a little bit of CQC action right here. Op4 tried to get that blue 4 guy. Now he's pulling back. You hear the ZU-23 firing. What? I do not know, but that grenade managed to wound this Op4 guy, so he's going to be pulling back a little bit. Have a sip of water here. Blue 4 is going to be using the RD basically to smash any fortified positions they see going in. I am interested to see this BTR-80 Alpha repositioning. Based off of its speed and the range, it might be too little too late, but if they're able to put it like right here, they'll be able to shell anything that goes through that open area because a lot of Blue 4 still hasn't moved up into this position, so they can make that a massive kill zone. They can also redeploy it to be over on the right side and make kill zones out of these locations. Look at this.
Send in GOAT Team 6 now.
Keep up the great content, LCPL Heart.
Looks like someone was just having a moment there, Chief. Shadow Wolf, thanks for the 7-month resub. I hope you keep enjoying the operations as well, and I hope you get a nice kick out of this PvP commentary. This is definitely Op4 artillery because it's landing right on top of Blue 4, and they are immediately retreating. We're seeing some GMG starting to shell this hill. I'd imagine that's probably from a Humvee over here that has a good sight line. Hard to say otherwise. We've got an Op4 guy coming down the ridge here. Might get on the rear. Might have heard those Mark 19 firing. But there's the Mark 19 going off. They're suppressing this hill because there's 3 Blue 4 guys over here that are slowly moving up. Hopefully it'll cease fire by the time it finishes shooting, but he turns around to do a quick friendly wiggle just to remind them who's on what side. Rounds are going a little overhead. That's definitely going to make Op4 get their heads down, though, because that's just a very nasty barrage of fire going in. Watching that 80 Alpha still come up. Looks like Op4 pulled back. We're able to grab another guy, and now they're going to help sandwich the forces moving up on this ridge, though a Mark 19 Humvee's also joined them. And we've got more Humvees rushing up with additional manpower to try to capitalize on that ridge. The BTR-80 Alpha is going to help lock it down, but in this forest, it's going to be subjugated to very limited sight lines. That's going to be tough for them to work with. We still have this one Op4 guy over here. Looks like he's pulled back a little bit. He's just an SVD marksman. I guess he's waiting for future orders. Blue 4 trickling on this small military position, but looks like Op4 is pulling away from him. And you hear that Reaper drone flying overhead. Again, completely unarmed, but it's just flying next to these positions to remind them that it exists. Probably trying to draw attention and aggro so Blue 4 can continue to move. We've got a regular BTR-80. It spotted some infantry and is trying to hit them with its coax. That PKT 250 round magazine box, but even at this range, it's going to be a little bit tough for it to properly get up there. But you hear the AGS firing on the ridgeline over here. And Op4 ending up in very similar positions now. But the difference here is Blue 4 a little more grouped up. 23 millimeters are firing at the Reaper drone. To no avail. Now you got some ground fire going after it as well. Looks like the guy I've been spectating finally got picked up by a vehicle and is going to be brought in. Not hearing the vehicle chatter anymore, though, which is nice. You gotta be careful if you're shooting at it, because if you misrange the shot, you might end up hitting your own guys, and that might be another thing that the Reaper drone's trying to do. Trying to provoke blue on blue. Real quick. There we go. A little bit of a delay on that keep, that's okay. Got more heavy fire coming in. I would guess that's the BTR potentially trying to hit that vehicle. That's the KPTV firing. At this range, though, it's going to be a little hard to accurately range it out for the vehicles coming in. Nice. So I'm interested to see Blue 4 utilizing those maneuvers basically to help drain the ZU-23 ammo so it's less of a hassle later. We got some Blue 4 elements getting knocked out, I believe, by the 120 millimeter mortar that Op4 is using, just to show that they are still a threat. Blue 4 pushing two guys in Lamar, probably to find that marksman. And look at this, we got Blue 4 right on top of this Op4 fortified position. Op4 coming in for a quick counterattack. No! One of the Op4 guys gets smacked away. However, we do have a PK. It's a PKP, it's got railing on it. Not reloading. Taken out by that PKP. He's got more Blue 4 coming up in his position. Can he beat a 1v2? Throws a grenade out. It gets a great bounce on the rear. But Blue 4 moved a little to the left. Blue 4 returning with their own grenades. Op4 have more darter drones out as well. Looks like he's running for it, but he's taking fire from additional Blue 4 on the ridge. He's serpentining these shots. BTR right here is pulling back, probably under some sort of fire here. We got a vehicle smoking. That appears to be a Humvee, but it's got a black symbol on it, meaning Op4 might have stolen it. Shots going on this 80 Alpha, and the 80 Alpha returns in kind and just bitch slaps one of those Blue 4 guys back. That's gonna force these Blue 4 to retreat back because they have nothing to deal with that autocannon. Round's going right over that dude's head. And he quickly moves, because if he didn't, he would have been turned into paste. But you got some Op4 in the middle of potential reinforcing lines up here. You also have this guy, who, there's 2 more Blue 4 kills. So this man's just been going to town here, but he's about to get flanked by a Blue 4 shooter who's getting tree blocked. Here's the shot. There it is. That guy got like at least 4 or 5 kills though. I'm not able to check. Because some of these bodies over here were his doing. So these 2 were his doing. Some of them over here were his doing as well. So really good KD and harassing some of the rear of Blue Force formation in various spots. We'll see if that's recreated over here with some of these other Op4 guys. But with this AD Alpha now locking down this northern push, it's a little worrisome for Blue 4 here. It's now pulling back. These guys pinned under fire. AGS is landing super close. I think that's the guys right there now trying to walk those shots in. But yeah, to your left, you got an Autoken. To the right, you have the GMG. That's going to be very tough to work with here. Blue 4 really folding everything to hit this defensive line. I think they can eventually overwhelm it. I'm just a little worried about it because Op4 are definitely whittling down Blue 4's infantry. They've got a 16-unit lead at this point. And if they continue to trade evenly like this, I could see this being an Op4 victory at this rate. GMG going in. Oh, perfectly ranged, just a little off to the left there if they adjust those shots. We just have to wait. Darter's still above. I think they're not doing the battle buddy system again to keep people spaced out because the Arty, even though Blue 4 and Op 4 have been spaced out, it's still been getting a good chunk of kills. Okay. So convicts are trying to push. Sounds like they're trying to use the Mark 19 to fire up on this ridge. 80 Alpha bulldozing more trees around. Sounds like the rounds are going over the ridge and hitting behind. Is that man under the world? Yeah, what? Okay. He fell through? GMG's just hitting this ridge, and that's going to pretty much pin those forces down, and there's not really any way they can move and flank because it's at the edge of the map. Additional Blue 4 reinforcements are coming in, and they're going to be committed to this ridge line. The only hope I see of Blue 4 beating this, though, is if they flank the ridge itself. Then they can get to the 80 Alpha and take it out. Then they can get to... It's a 113 firing over here, so that's a Mark 19. Which it's why it has the softer, sharp noise, or the sharper noise rather than the softer noise of the VOG. The AGS, how would I describe it? It's like a thunking noise, whereas the Mark 19, when it fires, it makes a more sharp noise. From a distance, at least, when they're both together, they sound very similar, but I don't know. Blue 4's not really going to have any room to maneuver up here, and then even then, they've got some Op 4 right on top of them that are going to easily be able to get some pickoffs here. We just saw this AT4 gunner go down. Now this is interesting. We have a Blue 4 member that might get right on top of this Op 4 defensive line and start picking people off on his own. Certainly could throw a monkey wrench in the plans here of Op 4's defensive line, maybe create some confusion, have them send more forces south than they need to. But even then, Op 4 is decisively engaged in this position. And you see more Blue 4 guys coming around to flank this next ridgetop defensive position here. Got some GLs going up as well. Autocannon firing down, trying to hit some vehicles here. It's not immune to 50 cal fire, though. It is quite possible that the 80 Alpha auto cannon just got disabled in that barrage of 50 cal fire, so that's going to buy Blue 4 a little bit of a reprieve, but they're not going to have any way to know until they decide to try to commit forces. But also, look at this, the gunner died. See that little black dot? So they got a body in there. So great shooting by that 50 cal gunner. That's going to have the BTR disabled for a little while. Guns out, the gunner's out, so you're going to have to find a replacement for both or resort to solo crewing it. Something just shot the shit out of this guy and his little defensive line. I think a Blue 4 guy over here got some shots and picked him off. Got this other Op 4 guy taking some pick-off shots as well. And they're trying to get him. You still have that Op 4 guy marauding on the rear, seeing if he can get any pick-offs. It's funny, this is a 220-player scenario, but a lot of the fighting has only been with units you can count on one hand. There's only been just a handful of guys decisively engaging. You would think when you see 220, you'd see just entire squads shooting at each other, but because of the artillery on both sides, it's really caused them to just play this a lot more cautiously and defensively by spreading all their forces out. He's staying low because I think he jumped this one guy and took him out. So squares represent vehicles, dots represent infantry. I think I misspoke earlier. I thought squares were one faction, circles were the other. But hey, new PvP commentary position, new spectator interface, and new rules to learn around that. And I'm not going to know them again until next year if they call me again. He took that PSO sight off because irons are going to serve him better right here. He's firing GLs around. That's just going to tip Blue 4 off to his position. Oh, he's got a 249. The king of CQC. Up 4 might have just spotted him. Nope. Another GL goes over. Now he gets a GL in there, but now Blue 4 has been able to leave that position. I just heard more tubing on the left. Blue 4 decisively getting into cover here. Trying to look out through that window. Op 4 is now going to push. I think he's going to try to get a grenade in that window, or he's going to time it to get it in that bunker. He throws. Goes a little over, though. Naked man gameplay. It probably is an admin, but I like to pretend that there is actually a naked man running around the battlefield doing God knows what to soldiers. It's funnier that way. Alright, looking at the rest of the map. Wait. But... No. No. Because I was about to say, that's only AK fire I'm hearing. I don't hear any 249 firing. Oh, it's just... Okay. Remember, chat, friendly fire isn't. It's anything but. Oh, that was a dirty little keyhole, and I loved it. Alright, he ends up going even on his kill KD there, but I love how we've caught Op 4 doing all the red on reds here, though, but we still have Blue 4 trying to move up this ridge. We can't tell whose bodies are whose, but I'd imagine this is a lot of Blue 4 bodies here. Looking at this position right here, this could potentially be Op 4. Yeah, this was an Op 4 picket line, and it got annihilated. A picket line, by the way, for reference, it's usually just only a handful of forces. A fire team's generally 4 people. A picket line is usually smaller than that group of 4 people. This was a US guy that got up here. He got eliminated by something. Though I think the 23mm might also be shooting at him now. So he's got to be careful. But you see this Overwatch fire coming in, hitting Blue 4 on the rear of this little ridge top here, trying to hamper their advance. But Blue 4 slowly taking these ridges, but Op 4 still has a good chunk of players around that could then immediately come into flank if Blue 4 tries to bypass. Alright, so you got an SVD firing, you got Op 4. Also trying to fire additional shots. You got the AGS firing as well. Though it is impossible for me to tell what, but we do have some down shooters right here that just took fire. So that's one more dead Op 4 player and another dead Op 4 player over here. A lot of them immediately taken out. It looks like they're firing 50 cal up at the 113's position. They forced it to dismount. Crew might have done that intentionally just because it's harder to pull that vehicle out of that position. And if it's actively taking fire, it's easier just to get out and run at that point. We got some down units all the way out here. Oh, that's the Reaper drone. So it looks like the 23mm finally got it. And now you got the ZUs firing at the ridge over here. Shots are a little overranged, though. Look at this. Op 4's gonna hear that movement and know he's going around. So maybe he'll leave this position and shoot him in the ass. If I were in his shoes, I'd use a GL, though, because it helps hide my position better than actually firing my gun. Is he gonna look left? He does. Wow, that Blue 4 dude can move. The cheekiest moving of a Blue 4 guy, good God. Oh, that's a grenade. Oh, he's dead. So Blue 4 quickly ran up and threw a grenade in that fortified position and saved this dude's life. More grenades going in to take him out. He might be salty about that, though, but like I said, we're in the wild, wild west. People are gonna make dirty maneuvers like that all the time. Another close-range fight. That Op 4 guy gets a little too far up that trench line there and gets hit by some follow-up shots. He's now trying to run up on this mountain rock formation right here. We got a Blue 4 suppressed shooter coming up. He kills an Op 4 guy. But yeah, Blue 4 are basically just doing little solo fights on the ridge now to try to push Op 4 back. But I think the hardest challenge is going to be fighting those 23mm ZUs. And you can see they're firing any vehicle that tries to come up on this ridge here. It's 56 to 68, though. Op 4 still decisively maintain that number advantage. That was another red-on-red incident, I believe. And then he fell off the ridge and hurt himself. You can see a little bit of blood just above him. That's the third red-on-red I've seen. Humvee has a wounded guy in it. I don't see that one Op 4 guy hidden over here anymore, so he either pulled back or was killed. But I'm curious to know why there's a wounded man in there. We got this two-man team. I think this is a sniper, the sniper spotter team marauding around on the rear right here, trying to catch more forces in the open and watch movements. They've been mainly used as a reconnaissance force on top of the drones to try to help feed Op 4 more information. That's why you've seen a lot of this infantry kind of maneuver around and get on this ridge or help with the final defensive line on the position back here. I'm going to take a look at the 80 Alpha real quick. It looks like they got it recrewed. Gun appears to have been fixed because it's now flat instead of looking downwards. We got some long-range shooting between the ridges here on the mountain range. I guess this would all classify as the same ridge, but there's some saddles in between. And they actually got a knockout on one of the Blue 4 guys. Some smoke rounds coming in to try to cover this infantry. They might try to pick him up and drag him back and administer first aid. Might be able to bring him back, but tough to say. They're shooting now at this guy over here. That is autocannon fire coming in. That's the 23mm, and that actually double taps the wounded guy. Again, from that ZU position over on this ridge right here in its own little firing hole. Nasty weapon to have. "39 minutes left on the clock. More machine gun fire. Looks like they were trying to fire AT at that Humvee, but they overranged and fired too early. More AT firing. That one hits with an HE round. Manages to disable it and the gun mount. These guys now stuck on the rear here. We got a Blue 4 guy with a stolen SVD. That's pretty funny. But it looks like one of them was taken out. Now they're firing at the other guy. And he gets knocked out by 5.56 by the Nakey man. And some double taps also coming in from an additional Blue 4 shooter over here. Humvee's rushing around, though. This might be the force that then tries to get on this final ridge and try to start moving into this position. AT fired. I have no idea where it went. We got some GLs firing onto this Humvee as it is desperately trying to push in. And we still have that guy under the damn map over there. More AT fire. Actually, that sounds like Moz rounds. I think they're firing up at vehicles here. And now you hear the 134 SOCOM Humvee firing up. It's shooting at this Vic. Got a wounded Blue 4 over here. Looks like they're going to try to administer first aid. Yep. Got C-mags on some sort of suppressed rifle, too. Heavy fire coming into this Humvee over here, as it's now going to start panic firing in retaliation. We're at 51-60, though. Recent wave of attacking has helped nullify some of Op4's number advantage, but can Blue 4 keep up the momentum? I think they're going to lose it, though, in this final ridge push to the actual objective. Op4 have definitely fanned out a few more guys from the actual AO that they're trying to defend onto the neighboring ridges. But we have, I think, both 80 Alphas around, and we got one 80 Alpha actually trying to track down that one M2 Humvee. And the other one situated on this final ridge. And they've got the two ZU 23mm guns to fire. And they've got a bunch of static cords. And they've provided a lot of ammo for him. And they've got magnified PSO optics for him. We still have a few Op4 stragglers alive on this ridge that could always come up and do a lot of damage. You can just see how much of a defensive line they still maintain. Or they're going to pull back and try to hold defensive. But the southern push, what's left of it at least, I think it broke up into two parts to help alleviate pressure on that ridge, as well as started pushing these positions on their own. But they can also get in and start pushing the objective itself, but still could go either way here. They still got multiple BTR-80s to contest with. BTR-80 Alpha now moving even further north. Gaz maneuvering around to try to get to that Humvee position. They at least want to cut this northern corridor off so Blue 4 can't keep using it. We got 35 in this round remaining. I'm going to be honest, I think Blue 4 is going to use every single minute.
Blah, blah,
That guy is AT. No, he doesn't. Okay, I saw an AT marker on him. Yeah, these are the ATVs. Whew. Sinner, thanks for the 4-month resub. Love to you too. Hope you keep enjoying the ops. Hope you get a nice kick out of this. One blue 4 goes down. Other guy immediately turns. He's got a 249. He just confused this op 4 guy on where he was, or maybe he immediately folded back into cover. He's now taking fire. Grenade rolled under. Uh-oh, he's going for a vehicle ram. Oh! Car tires hurt. Remember, in this place, you can run over your opponents. Best weapon to use. He gets out and mag dumps the shit out of him. I love it. He's still shooting. Unfortunately, there's an Op 4 guy over there that was also shooting at him. So I'd imagine that might have been one of the 2 sniper team members that was taken out down there, and then he's trying to get some retaliatory fire. Now you got this one blue 4 guy that saw those shots. He's actually going to try to hone in up there and get that sniper. AD Alpha now watching the rear of this maneuver. They're trying to find where that Humvee went. Meanwhile, Humvee's fully dismounted and now is fighting with the picket line here. Everyone always wants purple to win. I don't know why. I do like how this guy's hitting himself partially with this tree. He's firing a few shots in the Op 4 elements down here, which is a little worrisome. But I think he's about to get pinned by some blue 4 that are about to push his position. Or at least one is. I'm sure there's been at least one blue on blue incident on this server, but again, this is making out to be the 4th red on red. With the 3 prior resulting in at least one friendly casualty for each incident. So I think this blue 4 guy just point blanked this BTR-80. More stuff blowing up over here. That's another BTR-80 taken out by blue 4. But they're not the 80 alphas. The 80 alphas are the really important ones. 80s can still do a good job going to ridge and suppress units, but the 80 alphas with the autocannons, those are the ones you want to be worried about. So we still have that one both on the northern side. One watching the rear of the blue 4 group that pushed in earlier, and the other one just watching the ridge. And it's definitely shooting at people. You're seeing it shoot at a body right now, which to me says that was probably a blue 4 guy. That was an op. Wait, no. God damn it, that's incident number 5. Okay, Op 4's killed 4 of their own guys so far, but they still have the number advantage. So we got a little bit of CQC right here. Down blue 4 guy. This guy definitely took fire, so he's pulling back a little bit. And 15 minutes ago, there was a friendly fire incident too. Good God, the timing with chat. Funny enough, this is the guy I've been ghosted on here. At least my soul's been attached to him to follow him through. We got another blue 4 guy over here. Op 4 sniper still ran around, blue 4 trying to find him. Other Humvees pulled up. You know, that's what this spectator interface is. It's an interactive OCAP screen on the map. I just realized that from watching the OCAP on Karma Cuts op last night from the thing I Zeused. Meanwhile, Blue 4, they've been able to get a kill, leaving only 2 Op 4 guys alive on that ridge. Sniper's mounting up in his ATV. He's going to drive out of here. Blue 4 hears it and he's trying to come over, but I think by then the ATV is going to get away. Please tell me that was a Blue 4 guy. Okay, that's a Blue 4 guy. BTR-80 redeems itself a little bit. Fire coming up on this position. At least I thought I saw a tracer that, I don't know. That might have been a blue on blue. I love this Op 4 guy, though. He's, okay, I thought he picked up the 249. It looked like it from the top down, but from the side, it's still an AK. But he is desperately trying to hold as a single picket line member, and he's got 4 guys to potentially fight here. Got, again, a few more Op 4, but every time I look at this ridge, there's just less and less that shows up. 3 Blue 4 trying to come around on this side. 1 Blue 4 right here. They're bypassing these lines and starting to move in. Quickly want to look at this guy's position. He's just camping behind this rock. Doesn't have an angle on these 4 Blue 4 as they're trying to move and potentially might see that guy. If not, they'll just bypass all of them entirely. 80 Alpha down here in the open. Still, I think, looking up in that hillside. No, it's turned around and now it's looking for forces on the ridge to engage. Fair enough. But again, every black dot is a dead dude. And as you can see, there's been a lot of fighting in this sector. Humvee's pushed up. He has no AT to quickly deal with it. They're taking fire, though. Something, I think that's a BTR-80 shooting at him. This other Op 4 guy blows that one dude away, knocks him out. Blue 4, closest guy immediately turns and starts moving up to him. I think both sides have depleted their artillery at this point, unless Op 4 is trying to wait something out here. Autocannon shots going in. And that's the 6th blue on blue incident. Yay! That's, is that 4 or 5 bodies now? Also, that's the sound of the guy I'm soul bonded to in the Humvee there, so I'm gonna switch to this guy, but it'll take a second for that sound to balance out. At least I can hope. So I wonder if this is command or something. Trying to go over to him so it tells the interface, hey, I'm not attached to that other guy in the Humvee anyway. I'm still... Alright. How do I do this again? And now my hotkeys for getting on the unit aren't working. I hate this. Yeah, control right mouse button. I guess not. Yeah, because I think it's still on that interface until I'm sorry, guys. There we go. We hit space, and then that should adjust it. I shouldn't hear the Humvee anymore, as if I'm in it. All right, we're good. We're good. Just had to soul bond to a new unit. All good. All right, so it's 35 to 42. This is the closest we've seen the numbers come with each other here. We see a suppressed shooter shooting down at a guy over here. That was an Op 4 dude, and his RPG's freshly rolling, so I think he just got that kill, and you can see where the blood was, indicating it's matching the sight lines there. GMG ammo coming in. I'm hearing artillery rounds coming as well. So it looks like Blue 4 still has their mortar, and they're trying to walk it on this position. It looks like there's a spotter out here that they actually got with that artillery. Meanwhile, that 4-man Blue 4 team's bypassed that little ridge and is starting to move into the AO itself. We've got another 3-man team coming up. These small strike teams could do a lot, but at the same time, we have a blue 4 dude. Interesting. He's trying to find how to get in here, but it looks like they dug this little trench to cover it. So he's got no choice but to go around. Use this one entrance. We'll see what he's capable of doing, but you can see there's been some Op4 guys that have gone down right here at the entryway. This cord got annihilated and killed its gunner, too. Looks like they're trying to get ammo back on this CU-23 and potentially reposition it as well. They got the wheels down on it, too, to help it move. Humvee just got hit. Someone hit her with AT. Might be this guy back here. He's running. Might have been a disposable AT-4 or something, but that was a good shot. But based off the crater, it was definitely AT that took it out. So this is the mortar position over here. No, this is the Mark 19 acting as a 20mm mortar. And again, it's just barraging everything on this ridge here. But looking up on this hill, the mortars have smoked this 80 Alpha and knocked it out. Oh god, one guy was lit on fire and now he's burning to death and the snake's just watching him. I love it. I think the snake's gonna go in for a bite. He's just letting his meat tenderize and marinate first in its own juices. Damn. Nature be scary. This blue 4 guy came around. Looks like he took a Mark 19 shot point blank. Which is weird because there's no... He might have gotten blue on blue too. 23mm firing. (32 to 37), only a 5-number gap here. We have to see how these smaller teams are going to do, but this one already lost a guy. No kills up there. This 4-man team might get behind on this ridge and start taking people out. Looks like there's a Gaz trying to adjust itself here. We might have a guy head-bugged right here because it still says he's alive, but he's in a downed animation. I can hear him moving around too, so he's a little glitched out of my interface there. Blue 4 looks like they're opting to potentially pull back and head around further instead of directly assaulting the ridge. Meanwhile, looking at some of these Blue 4 guys down here. More GMG fire coming up on this position. And Op4, I think, are going to start retreating into the facility itself. We are at 21 minutes. And more Blue 4 trickling in on the ridge itself, but there's a lot of defenders in there. Port's firing out at this Humvee, actually getting some pretty accurate hits here. Oh, and I think it just nailed the driver. Yes, it did. Only knocked him out though, but it's gonna be a pretty nasty shot. And then you have the M107 trying to get some hits on that gunner as well. I think that made him fold back as he realized he was taking accurate fire. If I was that, oh no, he's on there to make it reload. Let's see if that M107 manages to get a snipe here. Wow, that's funny. I was feeling the suppression effect from it, from the spectator interface. Other 80 Alpha came up here and got eliminated by the Blue 4 4-man team, so both 80 Alphas are destroyed now. Blue 4 and Op 4 right on top of each other in that position. I'm gonna soul bind with this guy real quick because it puts my map a little closer. But he's been in there for a hot second, so. We have an Op 4 M107 sniper. Okay. And we got a little fight down here between two Blue 4 and two Op 4. Op 4 having a disadvantageous position right here. And they're trying to pull back. Got that 249 gunner. He's getting target fixated on this guy. If he looks a little left, he'd be able to see this other guy and get him plain as day. But now this guy's returning fire. That's going to draw his attention immediately, make him fold back into cover. But he was able to, that saw gunner was able to get that one guy. 31 to 34 now. This op could still turn around. However, this final defensive line is going to be the most painful part. Blue 4's GLing this one, dude. Get some follow-up shots. I think this guy just heard it. He's going to get right behind this one Blue 4 dude. Oh! But he heard his footsteps and was able to turn around and take him out. Looks like he only took one grazing shot right there, though. And you got that one guy right there. He's looking... He just reloaded his GL. A well-placed GL could take this dude out. And it does. Triple kill for this guy. More GLs being put in the entryway. Got a bunch of Op 4 further back trying to hold their ground here. This guy needs to save some more GLs and just systematically fire more in here as he moves forward. All the ace fragmentation rounds bouncing around, though. Good entrance so far for this guy. Blue 4 have almost completely dominated the ridge. Only one squirter still up there. Southern Blue 4 picket group has started assaulting this southern defensive line here. We got a BTR 80 in play, but the northern group, they've lost a man, but things are still going. So they got an uncon guy in the gunner seat, but the driver's still advancing. More AT just got fired. They fired it in an Op 4 position. They're trying to get a noob too, but it was ineffective. Second Blue 4 guy starting to come up on this position here. Yeah, to get up on the spot, you got to be incredibly cautious to go. And it's now 31 to 26, though. That triple kill and a few other engagements have now turned the number advantage, but we just saw a Blue 4 guy go down. Pretty sure it was this guy, actually. Oh, so a Blue 4 guy's gotten into the, he switched his helmet, too. No, that still might be a Mitch, actually. It's just differently colored, and he's wearing, Islamic skin, so it looked like he was part of, Op 4. That is deceptively clever. Because it even made me question his PID, but in that question, if I was on the ground and he was in front of me, he could have blown my head off in that moment. And I'd be none the wiser. But like I said, Some of these players are pretty intense. They will take every advantage that they can. Every split-second hesitation they can give to an opponent is an advantage they can take. That sounds like an M4. This guy stole a freaking saw and he's shooting at Blue 4 with it. I love it. Probably from one of the picket forces that were sent up here. And then you got Blue 4, they've stolen a gas. They might use that to drive up on this position. Damn. 30 to 25 right now. With some Op 4 out of the zone here. One picket guy still up. It might have been two still up, and that one guy was just finally taken out. Blue 4 looks like they're trying to comb around, follow that four-man team in, excuse me. This is just down to a one-man group over here, but I think the 80 is just suppressing this ridge. Unsure what its plans are, but again, the hardest fight is to come. I think Blue 4 are coming around trying to find another entryway. You hear grenade machine guns going off. Looks like one of these guys was wounded. I think some of these forces have turned around and started engaging this side. So yeah, these two shooters trying to suppress the gas. And Gaz is now returning fire. Shots are going a bit high, but you're going to see those shots walk down. He's panic firing it right now. At that point, if you don't know, just literally walk the gun up and down slightly, and in that barrage, you will get him. This guy's pinned on a tree, though, and we're about to see follow-up shots come in. Here's more. I think this guy's screwed. That AGS gunner can't just line the shots up and down. Yeah, like that. That's exactly what he needs to do now. Just lower it a bit more and keep lowering it. There it is. And that guy gets annihilated. I've hit the T key multiple freaking times in this scenario. I'm done with this interface. I'm so done with this interface. So I wonder how this guy died. Might have gotten knocked out by a friendly, because I don't see any... maybe. Maybe this guy actually got out and got him. And he is bandaging right now and wounded, so maybe they got into a 1v1, but now you got the AGS. Hitting things here. GMG firing over, possibly at this other guy retreating. But yeah, Blue 4 now all starting to trickle in on this position. 12 minutes, but Op 4 have a pretty solid defensive group in that AO. So this could really swing either way. I think eventually Blue 4 is going to be able to take everything outside of this position now that they've grown to an 8-player number advantage. And this could very well turn around. Look, I'm just going to rule this as a curse. My buttons don't work until you tell me that they work, because I've been hitting them. I have a guide. I've been hitting them every time I've been checking, and they haven't worked. Either that, or I guess my keyboard really is dying, and I'm going to plug in a new keyboard for round 2, and if my buttons are still working... No, watch, my buttons are going to magically work, and it was my keyboard. That was probably it. My keyboard has decided today to die on me. This man is in a lot of trouble. I think he's in a decent blind spot for that AGS. But even though he's prone right here, the sheer amount of rounds going off is going to get him. Drunk Firebear, thanks for giving Ilbenek a sub. Hope you keep enjoying the operations, and I hope you get a nice kick out of this scenario. You know what it is. You know how I can caster curse? You guys can button curse me. Or, no, button bless me. Because it's not a curse, because you're enabling my buttons. So I can caster curse, and you guys can button bless. So by all means, keep backseating me, because I swear to God, that's the only way this damn thing works. We all have special powers here, guys. Alright, I got 3 people now around the AO trying to find a way in. That isn't the main entrance, but the only way they're going to be able to get in is that main entrance, so... Oh, boy. Blue 4 pushing this ridge here. Grenades going off. Oh, yeah, he got caught in a 2v1 and flanked by the other guy and knocked out. Someone might go up and double tap him. No, they don't. Got a 1v1 right here, and the Op4 player goes down. We're at 26-18, still an 8-person number advantage on Blue 4's side, and Op4 do have a few guys kind of out of the AO, still trying to push into commit, though. So in reality, Blue 4 has a massive number advantage right here. You know, as long as... Okay, so actually, again, how the sector works is as long as there's an Op4 guy in it, Blue 4 can't capture it, but I think if 4 people for Blue 4 are in the sector, it can be captured. It's a little weird because based off of how some of the rules were worded, it's if there's no Op4 in the sector, a single Blue 4 guy can capture it, but it also says that if 4 Blue 4 guys in the sector are in the sector, then it starts getting captured. So maybe if Blue 4 enters 4 people in, then it goes up, but we'll have to see. So this might have been Blue 4's Gaz that they pushed up with that 4-man team to the north, finally getting taken out. But let me actually look at these guys. Nope, so these are just infantry coming in. So I think that's Reign of Terror finally ended. But you can just see, I needed the K key here because otherwise it literally gets drowned out in body names. See, the K key's been working fine, but then again, someone mentioned it to me. Well, I already knew about it though and it was working, so I guess it might just be my keyboard randomly dying. Who knows? I'm gonna get it changed out for the next round, though. And then Blue 4 is finally gonna have the numbers and the confidence to start pushing this actual sector. 7 minutes remaining. But I think the best weapon Blue 4 is gonna have to actually breach this position are the GLs. Looks like this marksman folded back because he realized that this position was getting pushed. They're using AT to try to blow this wall away, and they might actually make an entrance here if they hit that one wall on the right. So let's see if they do it. Yep, Holly's gonna work on it. And that's created another entrance. Blue 4 is gonna breach it. Malolo firing up at... Well, he's dead now. So it sounds like we got some GLs or grenades being thrown into this breach here. Blue 4 now gonna push it, but Malolo's in a position to flank. As he takes fire, gets knocked out by some of the gunners on Overwatch right here. Fighter gets knocked out. A grenade goes off and completely blows that Op4 defender away. AT comes in. That was a Blue 4 Humvee getting destroyed by, I believe, Zuber right there. Six minutes remaining. Op could go either way because Blue 4, they may outnumber. It's 15-14 though. So in these past few seconds, Op 4 has bounced back and wiped away that 8-man number advantage. Also because quite a few guys on that Blue 4 breach died. And that one wounded guy miraculously wakes back up. Out here, looks like Zuber is moving around. It's getting multiple Blue 4 kills. Fine shooting there. AGS firing into the entrance. And now Op4 has the number advantage again. I think this is going to be an Op4 victory for the 5 minutes. Blue 4's not going to have the manpower to push everything in the compound. Because we still have people maneuvering out here. And in those 5 minutes, I don't see these guys breaching in and being effective, or these guys on the outskirts breaching in and being effective. We got a BTR 80 coming in as well. Are you actually... Y'all are crazy. Oh no. He's gonna RPG it. Yes. Now that entryway is impossible to get to because they blocked it with a Humvee. I think with that, Blue 4 just lost any chance of winning. Now we're just going to see 4 minutes countdown. When the round ends, I'm going to go AFK, make myself some coffee, and change out my keyboard. Some AT just went off over here. That was them deading a Blue 4 truck? Okay. All right, there is still a chance. We could see Bashmark go around, take this other entryway, and he could channel his inner Audrey Hotto and rack up some serious multi-kills. But now it's 8-12. This guy just got knocked out, and I think he was Blue 4. Nope, he was Op 4. That's, what, 7? 7 friendly fire incidents, resulting in, so far, 5 KIA and 1 knock. Okay, yeah. And 2 knockouts, but the 2 knockouts woke back up. Great. So Op 4 demonstrating that even though it was close, they can blatantly shoot their own people and still win. How did you get knocked out? What? What got you? Did you fall? He might have, okay. He channeled his inner Audrey Hotto too hard. Here comes Pirate. Hello. Front flip. What? That was one hell of a maneuver right there. The dude just instantly scaled the ridge and instantly went down the ridge. Wow. What must go up must come down, right? 6-11. AT hit up here on this other BTR. Looks like it did a bit of damage, but otherwise it was an HE round, so it wasn't that effective. He's popping a bunch of panic smoke. But I guess that's all they had left, you know? Oh, wow. Op4 found a wounded Op4 guy and they're trying to administer first aid. up to Pack. 30 seconds remaining. Ten seconds. There it is. Oh, man. At least it should be over, right? Is it because he's in the zone, some sort of sudden death timer triggered? There it is. So I think because I'm spectating Op Poor Guy, it says victory there. But overall, my only gripe with rounds like those is I get it really simulates, you know, the enemy having a bunker to hide in. But giving the enemy a very, very difficult position for blue, like the attackers to assault, is just going to promote them to turtle the hell out of that objective. So it just, it makes it a bit tough, for lack of a better term. But that went the full 2 hours, so, oh boy. Let me tab out and check on DMs here. But let's see what gets slotted here, and I will... You know, I'm gonna go make my coffee. BRB 1 second. I'm gonna make my coffee, and then switch out my keyboard. Because otherwise, the only thing I can then assume is just some of the buttons were on timers or something, like the map key.
Let's give him a warm welcome, shall we?
Okay. Whew. So, had my little break, gave myself a slice of banana bread, made myself some pretty strong Korean iced coffee. We're gonna be good, because even after this, we're gonna have a big thing of checkpoint RP. Looking at the scenario, map is going to be Bekatov. Not Force Russians. Alright, let me change up my command. Alright, those are changed up. And let me handle my DMs real quick. I'm gonna go AFK one more time. Bloodwing has a quick chore for me to do, so I'll be back in a second. Okay. Now I'm gonna change my keyboard out. And just connect it to there. And we should be good. Allegedly. Well, I was gonna unmute myself on TeamSpeak here, and that should be fine. Alright, cool. I was gonna change my music out. That's not my music. Lower that slightly. Update the command with the others, and we should be good to go. So I've been told this one scenario here is going to be a very epic one, but we'll have to see how all that goes. Wait, why did they call us ballistic dummies? Bruh. Bruh. Oh no. It's funny. Probably heard this a million times today, but finally someone who isn't streaming the showcase event. What showcase event? I don't see anything on Twitch about any showcase event. I can also tell you, as someone that has access to the back of the house, there is no showcase event this weekend. But if there are any showcase events tied to Bohemia or anything official, I can either confirm nor deny that I may or may not be involved in the coming future. Wink. But here, let's go ahead and complete that prediction out. Alright, so we'll see how this goes. I want to give a quick apology to WOG and their framework. I'm sorry I struggled so hard with the damn spectator interface. I'm hoping it was just my keyboard on the damn Fritz, or maybe there were some hidden timers, or maybe since caster cursing is a thing, maybe button blessing by my chat is a thing as well. Who knows? I don't know anymore, man. Crazy time. But we'll see how this goes. And then we've got the, literally, I think if this is going to take about 30 minutes between where it is right now and then getting in the op and then, you know, having some delays with freezing and whatnot. And if it takes to the 2 hours, I'm probably going to then immediately go into the Warhammer 40K, or excuse me, Warhammer Fantasy stream. And if that's the case, I'll let the 15 minutes play out, and then when the 15 minutes end, I'll immediately start streaming again. But in those 15 minutes, I gotta get my boys sorted, we gotta make sure they're all set to Acre, and then get things done. And you know what? I don't want to look at the Zeus interface again tonight until I play a few rounds of Darkside or something as a palate cleanser. So let me hit up Dante. He might be dead tired over the 40K event too, or not 40K, the fantasy event, because it's not Warhammer 40K fantasy, it's Warhammer Fantasy, and I keep getting that damn thing wrong. Shooting him a message. Ah, the eagle and the bear. So this is definitely a US versus Russia thingamajig.
At 3:20, I'll put the prediction up, which means by the time you're hitting this interface, I'll go ahead and get that up while we get all this information out. I'll set it for 20 minutes. So we got main force spawns here, recon force spawns, other main force spawns. All right. So Blue 4 is going to basically be in a bunch of different spots, and then recon has a choice of 3 different spawns. Now that we know how all that works too, which is quite nice. Blue 4 vehicles. You know what? It's this is pretty obvious where things are. They got frequency lists here. Vehicles. So OP4 has 6 BMP3s, 4 gas transports, 2 medical CAMAS trucks, 1 repair CAMAS, 1 fuel CAMAS, 2 static Cormet launchers, 3 BTR-80 Alphas. We've got 4 6B6 ATVs in play. They could be Blue 4 or OP4. We've got an MGS-3. Oh my god. Rhinos, which are basically strikers with an anti-tank gun on them. 3 transport M2 strikers, 1 M19, which is the GMG, 2 Bradleys, 2 Mark 19 with Crow system, so the gunner doesn't have to turn out and be exposed, 2 MRAPs with M2s, which have Crow capability, 1 M1, 1133 MEV, that appears to be some sort of LAV model. Might be the medical MAV for the M, but I actually don't know off the top of my head. The 1132 M2 is the Minesweeper model, though. And then the M97s and the M97, the M97s are the Triple R Vic. So this one is repair. That one I think is fuel. And then we've got an M2 Humvee, probably as a command Vic. We have a 2S Tooth M3, which is an OP4 artillery vehicle. Artillery tank, technically. We've got an OP4 drone. The Tyrant is the CSAT drone, which is usually the Darter drone given to OP4 because it's the OP4 side. A Pachela drone, which is an OP4 recon drone. This is a Transport Blue 4 Vic. That is also a Transport OP4 Vic, and then OP4 has 2 Reaper drones. I'm not sure if they'll have cast, though. Vehicle inventory. So we've got HE rounds and thermobaric warhead launchers on the OP4 vehicles. Oh, that makes me giddy. Same with the 80 Alphas. I want to see some of these Blue 4 Vics. So the Rhinos don't have anything in inventory. Those are meant to be just tank hunters. AT4s, HEDP on the M2s. Spare M2 ammo as well. They got the slap rounds. I'm not seeing any 249s in play, because I'm not seeing any ammo boxes. Oh no, there's the soft pack, never mind. So the Mark 19 is the weapons squad with the Delta Vix, though. Oh, not the Delta Vix, but the, I'm used to Delta being the weapon squad in a lot of communities, which is why I just said that. But the weapon squad, since it's going to be 3 M2 strikers and then the Mark 19 striker, since it has 240 ammo, I'm assuming the weapon squad tied to this platoon is tied to this vehicle. Looks like they've got... Ooh, so they've got Bunker Buster tows and ATGM tows as well. Basically anti-vehicle and anti-infantry capability. We got the artillery range cards in there as well. They've got an ammo crate for the ATGMs. It looks like they have normal and I think F is thermobaric warheads as well. And then we've got Strellas. No, Iglas. These would be Iglas in play. And then they also have laser designators, possibly to guide in laser-guided artillery from the 2SM, from the 2S3M1. Because that's the only thing I can think of that would be laser-guided on OP4 side, and that would be really cool to see laser-guided artillery hit vehicles. Yeah, they've given us 10 grenades to kill ourselves with in case we screw it up on the first time. All right, here's the deal. Side West will win if they capture. Checking the time real quick. I got 10 more minutes before I set the delay. The prediction. Cool. So there are 3 zones to capture. Oh my god. I think they're all components of this AO. It looks like the green zone is here, the blue zone is here, and the purple zone's right. Or not the purple. The orange zone is right there. So to capture the zone, you need 4 players in the zone for 120 seconds. To defend, the players need 3 people in the zone. If one player can capture the zone if the zone is empty, basically if all the Op 4 guys are dead, recapture's disabled, and auto-capture's disabled, and that's the same for all the zones. Okay. Mission parameters, start time is 7 a.m. All right, so it's going to be probably another morning going out throughout the day up. And we have our Russian kits displayed here. And then we've got our... Gee, I wonder what nationality the mission maker is. Is he Russian? Or is he the United States? Mission maker bias be like... Oh my God. I love how there's the one guy doing the facepalm in the middle of this shot too, and then these guys... No, wait a minute, it's... So which one's Ramirez? Because I know that's Foley right there. It's Defend Burger Town. And then this one I don't want to say. So we got SOCOM kits in Blue 4. SOCOM have suppressors. Op 4. These are definitely their VDV force. Not VDV. It just says their recon forces, which actually could be VDV in that sense. All right, and then here are the rules. Red 4 artillery is prohibited from firing for the duration of the first 5 minutes of the game, so they can't spawn camp. All right. Red 4 recon squads are in the possession of a pair of deployable cameras that can send their video feed to the screens on the command bunker. I'm going to ask TK Llama how he scripted that, because I would love that script for various reasons. Because I've tried scripting it in the past. No, I do know why I can script it then. Because the reason I don't use it is because when you make a camera feed from the Zeus interface or... Well, then again, the spectator interface should create the same issue. I'm going to have to talk to him about that. Because the camera feed would get interrupted if someone went into a new made camera. But I'm going to ask him about that. I always like improving my stuff based off of what I find. I'm a scavenger. All right, Blue 4 Bradley Recon section can select 1 of 2 starting locations. Blue 4 main forces can select 1 of 2 starting locations. Each one of the 3 sectors technically works as one big zone. So basically, it's just components of one large AO. And I'm assuming these are the direct translations. Or I could lie to you and read it perfectly in an English translation, pretend that all doesn't exist. Looking at the map here, this is Bekatov. Main town of Bekatov is going to be in the middle of this. God, I also have the frickin' Papers, Please campaign in the back of my head. If I ever get a player base of 40 or 50, I'd love to redo that campaign. So, Blue 4 can spawn in 2 potential main zones in the Bradley Recon section, which I believe are the SOCOM guys, can spawn in one of these 3 spots. And then Op 4 Recon can spawn in 1 of 3 spots, but Op 4's spawns are specific. All right. So again, it's probably going to be a little bit till we get access to our map, and then maybe a little bit more before I can start free camming people. So keep that in mind, but I will be doing my best to mash the buttons immediately, and it might have been my keyboard, it might have just been game mechanics, but we'll see. I will do my best. I just want to see if the Recon or the Reaper birds are armed. Good God, though. 6 BMP3s. 3... This is 9 autocannon vehicles, and then 6 of those autocannon Vics also have a main heavy gun, versus 3 heavy gun Blue 4 Vics, and then Op 4 also gets artillery, and then Blue 4 just get a bunch of strikers. I mean, I think one of those Reapers has to be armed at that point to balance it out, because otherwise that's just way too much firepower on Op 4. Because Blue 4, otherwise, they just have M2 vehicles for 50 cal, which are great suppression weapons against infantry, and they can definitely disable 80 alphas, but 50 cal versus 30 millimeter. One second. I had to message him directly. I had to address Gorechild directly for that one. First game was fairly stable. A little bit of desync in the beginning, but that was to be expected, but it quickly evened out. Alright, now we're waiting for them to get ready. Hey, I even see my name up there. I got to spawn in this little lovely position and probably grenade myself and the other guy too. You feel attacked? Good. Good. Alright, 4 or 5 more minutes. And again, the reason we have a 15-minute delay is A, because they tell me to, and I respect the wishes of any community that tells me to put a delay on. Remember, OFCRA back in the day also had a delay. But B, back before we started covering these Russian events, I always told people on stream, especially when we were doing PvP, that out there in the wilderness, in the wild, wild west of the Russian servers, which I guess defeats the point of saying the wild, wild west there. So the wild, wild east. There were rumors of Russian communities hosting massive games in the 200s to 300s. And all I had was whispers. I had no substantiating evidence, but the whispers come from people that have also predicted other things for me. So I knew they were out there. And then finally I got an invite last year to cover it between Solid and WOG, and this is the second year I've been covering, and it's a time. It is definitely a time. I struggle a little bit with WOG's interface, but it's a good time. Oh yeah, the Xbox showcases now? Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't care. I probably will have to care by the time Arma 4 comes out, because it's clear that based off of how Arma Reforger's been developed, they're trying to come up with console players in mind. But until that happens, I don't have to care. I also don't think there's any way they're going to make crossplay a thing, because if people are going to get into mods, the amount of mods you're going to need to put on your damn Xbox to keep up with communities is going to, like, literally take up all of the drive space in your poor Xbox. So until that may or may not happen, I don't have to care. I just Zeus and spectate, man. And soon we're going to do Warhammer 40k Fantasy and the Checkpoint RP, but I digress. Alright, 1 or 2 more minutes and then I'll set up our prediction here. And we'll wait with bated breath. Oh yeah, right, there's a timer up there. I can time it through that. Duh. So I'll wait for that to strike 15, and then, you know, I can actually start writing it now. Prediction, start prediction, who will win, weekly, blah, 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 Blue 4 US, up for Russia, drop down box, set that to 20 minutes. And now I wait a moment. I'll put it up now. Everyone you're following streaming it, Yuki? You know, I'm not surprised with that because, let's be honest, my channel is very niche. I'm the only person in the world that actively does Arma 3 Zeus and Arma 3 spectating. And I'm going to be honest, because I'm the only one that does it, I'm also the only one in the world that is able to have such a... I don't know what to call it. Because it's not really a monopoly. I guess it's a monopoly by proxy, though. But because I'm the only source of that content, I'm able to properly monetize it so I can live off of it. You know what I mean? If I had direct competition, I probably wouldn't be able to, you know, get as much viewership as I needed to live off of it. You know what I mean? Because I'd be directly competing with others. So I guess I'm happy about that, but because I'm so niche, that's also why you're not going to see me cover concepts like the showcase, but, you know, it helps me. And then I try to, you know, even though I'm a monopoly, I try to always reach out to you guys and say, hey, what do you guys want to see? And then I let my players vote on it, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But anyway, let's talk about the AO here. Beketov is a very open map with some really good forested areas. It's an Arma 2 port map, if I recall correctly. But with these massive open areas, we could see a nice defensive circle form around the actual AO. And maybe towards the rear, we have the artillery tank set up to engage. Blue 4 have two choices of attack here. If they're going to go on this... Oh, there we go. If they go on the southern side, they're probably going to try to move around the southern flank and then in the middle. If they go on the northern side, they're probably going to try to go around the west and then, you know, south, north to south. So we'll have to see how things go. But yeah, I never want to be that generic and cover some showcase. But I guess at that point, those people are big enough because people stay for their personality rather than their content. So at that point, you can stream anything and do whatever you want with it. But I've never really been interested in doing that. I just like doing my passion, which is Zeusing and Arma and spectating PvP. So that's what I'm going to keep doing until I can find something else. But I like being a niche internet micro-celebrity, and I'm going to keep it niche, damn it. Alright, so Sim's disabled, so it's to calibrate everyone staying on the server here so that the desync isn't too bad. And then I'm going to have to get with the other guy here. We're going to go into a building and grenade ourselves. I might have to spam the button again, because I think there was like something preventing me from throwing the explosive, which was quite funny. Finish off my coffee. But timing-wise, at this rate, we're literally going to go right into the next stream. It's not going to have the 15-minute delay, though, but they're starting on the dot at 5. And that is in literally 2 hours and 9 minutes. And this is a 2-hour round, so if it lasts the entire time, it's at least going to last an hour and a half. I know that much. Ah, man. Here's my mind right now. Here's what I'm thinking. Feel free to tell me that you agree. Give your own little scream in chat if you think that way. Type out your best scream, and I'll just imagine it for you. Also, Dante said shared a more dark tide after the fantasy op. And that I'm probably just going to do 2 to 3 hours just to purge my head of Arma 3, because then I have to go back and start doing mission dev for the week. So we'll probably be in here for another 2 minutes just sitting around. Again, helps to optimize the server so it doesn't desync to hell. And we'll see how things go from there. All right. Safety's off, even though I'm holding these hands. 30 seconds. All right. Let's do this. You ready to explode? Or are you gonna explode yourself? Okay. I'll go explode myself then. Woo! Nope, he's still not back. That's okay. Ah, yes. Arma 2 ported pumpkins. Literally the best. Yes, you confirm guide laser. Yep, that's what I figured. I want to see it. All right. I have to spam the button to override the thing that locks it. Well, thank God they gave me more than one. Ah! Because if you do it once, it immediately disappears, and I can't G-key. So I have to smart throw it, and then try to beat the script before it locks me out. Come on, I'm literally tapping with 2 fingers. This is how I do frickin' RTSs when I try to spam a build queue. Oh my god. Okay, well. I'm having a little bit of trouble committing suicide here. I think you guys just got to the pictures, right? Yeah. The Naruto run to McDonald's, though. That's good. Trying to prime the click. Oh, I'm breaking the grenades in my inventory when I do that. There we go. I want to hold it. There we go. All right. We can eventually brute force the scripts. Okay. Here's the thing. I have access to the map as well, though. So I'm going to assume... I just simply, like, either my keyboard was jank or there were scripts tied to it, because now all the buttons are working properly. I'm hitting the T key, though, and names aren't coming up, so... You hear that? I'm hitting the button. So, maybe I did break something. Why is that not working now? Yeah, toggle units. Where's show icons? Because that was working. And this is a new keyboard, by the way. Fact-checking the shit out of myself here. Let's do Control-Shift-B as well immediately. And I'm calling out that I'm doing it. We won't know until people start shooting. I also need to mute myself in the channel so I don't, hear something funny. Oh, I might have beat the scripts. Yeah, okay. It is scripted then, because the names went away too. So it's scripts tied to this that are making me, I'm willing to bet, though, if I hit the spacebar and go to a local unit to select it, I won't be able to free cam anymore. So I beat out, I basically brute forced the scripts. Awesome. Great. Oh boy. Only one's armed, but that's fair. Having them be laser designated GBUs, that makes total sense to me, in all honesty. Alright, so I basically now have to use my big brain to try to find where the hostiles are again. They were over here somewhere. Alright, so here's the base. Let's see what they got. So again, interface controls will continue in like, 15 to 30 minutes, same as last time. I'm happy that I was able to now fact check that because I was losing my fucking sanity in the beginning of that previous round. And I will say I was also getting very angry about it because I thought my keyboard was breaking or something was happening. Anyway, we've got those ATVs down again. I love the textures of these ATVs, by the way. With all the extra gear, it makes a lot more sense. Ooh, they're the Cormit teams. Because that's the stand of the ATGM launcher. And then they also have the Iglas there, so they're mobile for that sake. You also have the artillery tank ready to go right here. Got a transport truck. You've got 3 of the BMP-3s. You got these guys starting to dig fortifications on this area here. You got the Gazes over here, but they're unarmed. So they're just transports, but they have the turnout slots, which is quite nice. And then you've got 2 medical Kamazes there for medical support if it's needed. You got the triple Arvix, which appears to be refuel and repair, but no ammo. So the artillery tank can't just, get infinite rounds. And then there was a convoy up here. I don't want to cover Blue 4 yet, by the way, because they have a choice of a spawn position. And even though I want to see what they're doing and how they're deployed in yada-da, I want to respect the limitations that the mission developer has tried to make in limiting my ability to get into certain interface modes to help stop either side from seeing where a group is spawning. So because Blue 4 can choose their spawn point, I don't want to then go, oh, okay, anyway, here's where Blue 4's spawning, by showing it on the map. So I'm going to still respect that until I get map access, and then we'll look at what they have. Because even though it's frustrating, I still want to respect the rules here. And the intent of what the mission dev was trying to do. But we got our first BMP-3 over here. We got the second BMP-3, a third BMP-3, and then we might have the 3 BTR-80 alphas here, yep. Which means, again, the remaining 3 BMP-3s are over in base, as well as the artillery tank, and then the Pachella drone is going to be somewhere, maybe on a random airfield somewhere, but again, I can't check yet. Servers hosted in Germany? Nice. I don't think I ever had an issue with the server per se.
No.
And the desync would come in from the fact that 220 people are connecting to the server, not not individual connections to the server, Mutators, thanks for the Twitch Prime sub. I hope you keep enjoying the operations. I hope you get a nice kick out of this scenario. Random thought, by the way. I know there are mods out for Darktide right now. Can someone take the time and scour the Darktide mod page and tell me if there's a Twitch integration for it? Because if there is a Twitch integration for it, I have a lovely idea that I'm going to instantly regret, but I'm also going to find a way to monetize it. Because pay for pain comes in many forms, and I think you guys would appreciate me suffering. Oh, dear. A little bit of floating. A lot of floating. Based on the fact that this appears to be... I know what the issue is. The mission maker copy and pasted this and pasted it over, but then forgot to realign all of the items here. Because you see that this is a Hesco thing set up right here. I have no idea what that orange text means. I'm assuming that's a start icon. But again, they're probably waiting around for the server to be calibrated here. But I'm not seeing any desync at the moment, which is great. But I know as soon as the game actually initializes, we're going to get hit with a little wave of desync. So that should be fine. Imagine trying to play Arma with an Xbox controller. That's what my predecessor, Luton09, used to do for his spectating in the Zeus interface. Which limited his abilities, and now that I say it out loud, it's no wonder he kept mortaring us to death. Anyway. Yeah, so we have the entire town of Bekatov to cross, but this is going to potentially be where some of the various battle zones are going to be. But look at all this open terrain in the forests here. The forests are where you're probably going to see Blue 4 try to move a good chunk of their infantry, but they're going to be
Let's give 'em a
forced to
warm
stay with their
welcome, shall we?
vehicles on the maneuvering inside, but we'll just have to see how everything deploys. Operation Flashpoint was on Xbox, yeah, but you can play Arma on an Xbox controller. I'm not disputing that. Making a mission on an Xbox controller or Zeusing on an Xbox controller and actually utilizing the full interface of the Zeus interface itself is a different story. They're spamming the engines right now because I think they're disabled till the vehicle engines are disabled until the game starts, or at least for those cars. Including its editor. Well, wasn't its editor 2D, though? Arma didn't move to a 3D editor until a few years after Arma 3 was live, when they migrated from their 2D editor to the 3D editor. Or the Eden editor. I call it the 3D editor because of 3D Enhanced. How do people get into these sessions? So this session specifically is invite only because it's two communities sending their best players to fight each other in a massive 220 player brawl. Both communities separately have events, but if you want, you can shoot me a message on Discord. Just type !Discord. That'll put you a link to my Discord. Then you can privately DM me, and I can get you the links to their Discords. However, they are Russian-based communities. So I'm not... I know at least WOG has an English section. I'm not sure about Solid Games, though. I would assume yes, but that would have to be something you'd look into at that point. But I can get you, or Ilbanek can also get you in. Because I would assume he has... Actually, he gave me the link for Solid last week, so yes, he could send the Discord links. But yeah, we got the Op 4 convoy ready to go in. Everyone's mounted. Well, I guess everyone that's important. Hitting the T key again, for the record. You can hear it. Nothing's coming up. So I'll check every few minutes. I have access to the map now, though. At least, in theory, I should. I regret doing that, because now I don't have control of... That locked up my interface. And now nothing works. My escape bar doesn't work either. Okay. Cool. Okay. I see button reactions on the top, which means my keyboard isn't dead. I can tab out, so tab is working, because tab should be giving me a player list right there. I think because I bugged out my interface to get free cam early on, I think now it's completely bugged, but now I can't even get out with the escape button. So I'm gonna have to do the cardinal sin of leaving the server and rejoining, which I was told I shouldn't do. But at this point, I'm stuck on this, and I have to completely Alt F4 the game and reconnect. So if that screws me from spectating, then oh well, because I'm stuck at this point. So we'll go back in a second, and then I'll cover everything, because by then enough time should have passed, so I'll be able to cover Blue 4's movement. I hate to sound like an asshole, but I definitely prefer Solid Games spectator interface because it's the actual spectator interface compared to what WOG has, which appears to be a hybridization of OCAP with something else. And I get it. It has a lot of extra features with it. Cool. Awesome. But if I can't use those features, then what's the point? I'm just being a nitpicking asshole, but it's frustrating to have to give the pause, then get back. Yeah, yada da. Whatever. So give me 1 second. I gotta get back on the server. I have to kill myself again, which is why they have so many spare slots. Because they know that I suffer. I suffer hard. Yeah. That's an issue. They got rid of the extra slots on that, which is why they said don't fully leave the server, because otherwise you lose your slot. So the only choice I have is to take one of these. And I'll take an American slot, so I know that I'm not taking anything important. I'll take an AT Rifleman. But my interface completely locked up, and I couldn't even soft log out because my escape key wasn't working. So, what can I do? I want to cover this, but if the interface locks up on me, there's nothing I can do about it. So, I guess we suffer. And now I'm stuck. Cool. Okay, so I took that approach. Alright, I'm gonna blow myself up and then we'll commentate here. And again, hope I'm not breaking any rules on the coverage here, but I explained myself, so... Not like I'm doing this maliciously. Ah, I love doing that. Anyway. Now, hopefully the spectator interface won't be broken. Okay, so now I have full access. And I'm going... Wait, I clicked. Oh, yeah, I got a left click on this interface instead of right click. Names came up. Control Shift B for Tracer.
Let's give him a warm welcome, shall we?
Now we're good. Okay, we're good. Everything's working. I just had to kill myself. There's probably a really inappropriate allegory you could make with that statement. Let's, for the sake of the Twitch banning system, let's pretend that's not a thing. Okay. Op 4 have already set up an ambush point at the right side of Blue 4's push-in. For now, Op 4 has no idea where Blue 4 spawns. We also see these markers live here. These are all Blue 4's markers that they've made, so we can actually see Blue 4's plan in real time. I kind of wish I didn't have that because, again, people are going to stream snipe and see that and counter it. But they got 15 minutes to act on it anyway. But in those 15 minutes, Op 4 should kind of catch where Blue 4 is coming in on. We got the Reaper drones up in the sky. I saw the Pachella overhead. So she's flying recon as well. And Op 4 have sent out a good chunk of their force. They've taken Beketov, and they're trying to hold the MSRs on Beketov. A good gamble to make in hunkering down in this town, because if Blue 4 is assaulted from this position, you'd want to go through the town to use it for cover to push out instead of just using this open road. Or you'd want to go completely around on the south and use the forests. Otherwise, you kind of want to stay out of this big open area right here because it's just a massive kill zone. You could lead with your vehicles to do it as well, but again, it's a tough call. Looking at this AO here, Op 4's only had a little bit of forces defending. By the way, community-wise, WOG is Blue 4, Solid Games is on Op 4. And the reason I can tell is I know the Wagner community is Solid Games. And I literally, last year I used them, and this year I use them too to identify who's on what side, because they're just the easiest one for me to remember. So Blue 4 is doing a full send right here. I think we have a scouting team of these 3 Op 4 guys. They're going to start spotting some Blue 4 guys coming in soon. You know, on What's That's comment, even though we're going to get it 15 minutes later, on the quote-unquote balanced, I like AOs where it can be balanced in a certain way, but maybe looking at it first, for the first thought, you know, Op4 does have a lot of autocannons in play. There's a lot of open fields right here. Those BMP3s are going to be absolutely insane on their own. And it does kind of put the US at a bit of a disadvantage, but they get the support of 2 Reaper drones, and then one of those Reaper drones has a GBU that they can, you know, literally just say, screw you to 4 things on the map. That helps bounce it back a little bit. And then you got the Tank Hunter strikers that can also help balance it out. So I still think there is a twisted sense of balance in here, but What's That? I think we can both agree that it's better than FNF balancing. Anyway. Here's one of the Bradleys coming up. And we got infantry pushing through as well. Isn't there a keybind I can use to hide map markers, though? I remember seeing that. I'm trying to find it. No, it's just toggle icons. I got that confused with map markers. Oh well. It is kind of cool to be able to see the plan, though. I understand why they don't want that, but at the same time, I couldn't because my entire spectator interface got locked up when I tried to go onto the map, so... Oops. Alright, so we got Blue 4 moving through. I don't know. I think I'd also, if I have the opportunity, I'd like to go into WOG and cover some more events with them so I can get some more practice with their spectator interface, but I'd also... Same to Solid. I'd love to cover those operations there, but... Oh, that explains why the Tracer went that way. So that Striker just took a hit from a Cormant missile launcher. And I think its engine's gonna be out. Shut up, What's That? I do my best to respect rules because, well, I'm a guest here. I'm a guest in 75% of the stuff I do, so I try to be respectful. I know you're not the respectful type, but, you know, for some of us, it's a bit important. So we'll see what this team decides to do. Great shot already taking out one of the 3 MGS Vics early on. Looking at the rest of the AO here, you got this Op 4 group still at that crossroads. They might flank around and try to assault the rear of this group as Op 4 starts to realize that there is a force up here. We got another group coming around over here with another BMP3 pushing. And then we can have another defensive line made over here. We already have a BMP3 facing north, ready to engage anything in this open field. They just got to watch these forests. I'm curious how these guys are going to pull back, though, and either set up a flanking attack on this Blue 4 maneuver or not. But we have the Pachella and the Tyra now going north after they reported the MGS vehicle getting taken out. Blue 4 is going to start sweeping this village here. It's literally just a nice thin line of houses together. I'd call it just a neighborhood, to be honest. But Op 4 here, I think they're going to reload, do another shot. Ooh, that was another MGS firing at them. Yep. Funny enough, that's the repaired one because it has the blackened hull texture. So they knock Midas out. The gun has been abandoned. Could still be usable, though. Blue 4 might steal it. And now Op 4 here, they might try mounting up and leaving this position. Cello's flying over the blue 4 formation here, so they're going to start seeing all of these units. We're going to start seeing units repositioned to set up defensive lines here. I think blue 4 could get up to their green battle lines here, but looks like these guys want to do that. And then these guys might cross over around and then do the yellow line. And then they're going to go in from there to purple and then hit into there. Whatever that math means. I think these are designations of all the units to come around. So we might see a base of fire set right here and then a maneuver team go around. Op 4 on their defensive line, though, that really does play off of where Op 4 has decided to deploy, but they're going to have to reposition their forces. And again, with all their autocannon vehicles, I think that's going to be pretty easy for them to do. Got this guy trying to poke his head out. He might try to rescue his buddy, but this is just eating time that, you know, all these blue 4 guys are going to come around and smack him soon. I'm hitting the K key. Looks like one of the players died in that ATGM launch. That might have been one of the crewmen of the MGS. And you got Met up here because I think he's actively controlling the darter. And he's going to catch all of this stuff up here. Tracer fire coming in. Rounds come in. Yeah, so now we're starting to see vehicles mounting up. They're going to be heading around. They're going to try to hit the rear of this formation. These guys are on foot. They got a picket guy on here watching the open areas right there. We're going to see Op 4 try to envelop the flanks and rear of the blue 4 push. And they might be quick enough with some of these Op 4 picket groups in front. But we'll see. It's going to be a stalling game at this point. Really curious why they haven't tried to mount up and leave yet. I think that's a Reaper. No, that's a Vacella drone flying overhead. Something heavy just hit nearby these guys. Definitely isn't this Vic. Oh, it's the artillery tank. And it just got a great knockout right here. No bodies, though. No. No freaking way. Yeah, I was about to say, the arc's a little too low. It looks more like just indirect fire from a vehicle. And they're actually being effective with it. That's amazing. So that might have also been what hit over here and freaked those guys out. It's just a BMP-3 guessing. Meanwhile, this two-man blue 4 team getting tapped. One of the Op 4 guys is knocked out. It's just down to one guy. He gets the double tap. But since blue 4 are down to their battle buddy teams, I mean, one Op 4 guy can jump both of them. You got heavy fire coming into right here. That one Op 4 player, Midas, he's going to probably stay uncon entirely. This guy spotted me switching to his RPG. Panic fires it, but it goes short. And this guy's now pulling back. He was fighting a saw gunner. The fact that he is still alive is definitely something. Gotta be careful, though, because people are going to come around and flank him in a second, but he's doing a great job of just trying to stall what he can. He's checking his 6. Turns around at the wrong time and then gets blasted. A valiant effort, I'd say. The fact that they got 2 kills... Well, he got the 2 kills, and then they damaged an MGS, but they were able to bring it back. We see this guy bleed out, and now we're seeing that artillery hit this position as well. So Op 4's indirect fire game's on point so far. Now you're starting to see these forces try to move around the rear of this force. Pachella drone staying south. You got the Reaper drone. Reaper drones flying overhead might start targeting some of the BMPs. These forces are all mounted up coming around, and that first gas is also starting to come around. We'll see what equipment they have. They might be able to come in and hit the rear of some of these forces here. So we'll see things, how things go. Scythe, I am in one of their Discords. I keep meaning to try one of their ops for Warhammer Fantasy thing, but beyond that, I couldn't tell you. Because I just haven't had the time. It's been on my to-do list for a while. Looks like that 2S3M, the artillery tank's basically overrange now. Rounds are coming all the way out here. That's a shame. But Cypher, if you watch in a few hours, I mean, you'll see how one interacts. And I think Rocker's actually talking about the same one that I've had my head in. Rocker, that's the one that Bolt runs, right? He'll answer in 15 minutes. Just has MQ circled on it, so I think they mean to put the MQ there to recon in the beginning, but now it's moved over here. Shella drone flying overhead. These guys still maneuvering around. Funny enough, right here is where so this is a mortar striker. So they have it in this hilltop, so maybe these guys are predicting that if the maneuver is coming from this way, they can check that area, and that probably has a hostile. Oh my god. There's the shell. Artillery just annihilated this group. I don't know if that's the Pachella ranging those artillery shots. No, it's the Tyrant has a red, it has an IR laser that can be used to range shots in. They also put a bunch of explosives on it. They also turned it into a freaking IED. What would an IED be for the air? But yeah, you can see it's looking down at these guys, so they're firing laser-guided shells at the infantry here. The question is, will he spot this group? Something went down over here. That was one of the Reapers. Was that the armed Reaper? Because if that's the armed Reaper that went down, they're going to be seriously SOL. If Blue Force smart, though, they've kept the armed Reaper intact up there. Oh my god. I don't see the silhouettes of the GBUs on it, but it might just be because I'm too far to see it spawn. No, I see the silhouettes now. And they've already dropped. Nope, they still have all four. All right, cool. Now our rapid descent into the AO. I don't have an easy way to go up and down that high, so pardon my camera work. So where is the artillery tank right now? I called it. They would literally keep it on the back line. And it recently fired another round. So if we follow the arc... Oh... That dot is the designation of that IR. And they're starting to move because they just finished triple R. So all the players have their community tags in the beginning, but beyond that, I couldn't really tell you. They're going to nail the repair Vic with that artillery shell, though. It's going to take another 30 to 60 seconds. Op4 was hoping they could nail the MGS anti-tank vehicle with it as well. Repair Vic's also starting to move. Lucky timing, but this is why we have 15-minute delays too, just in case, you know, they see that and go, oh shit, and then start driving away. If I didn't have a stream delay, that would look kind of sus, let's be honest. I don't see the red dot anymore, so they might either be switching it to a new target or just gave up on it because now there's no point in that fire mission. Because the target's moved a chunky amount there. Got the Pachella drone flying overhead. We're doing some major dismounts on the rear here. And they've also, Blue Force started advancing to the green phase line right here, and you got these guys starting to advance around. They're going to take the next one, and then Blue Force probably going to do the maneuvering around. Next major vehicle of opposition is going to be this BMP-3. It's already gotten a kill with some great indirect firework on Blue 4 there. So that's been some great calls. You got Op 4 coming around on the rear. But we got to see if the drone's going to line up any more artillery striking from their position. More Op 4 have done a pretty far dismount over here, but I think they're going to try to move in over here. But we do it. Oh, look at this. He's watching that road, and I think the vehicles are eventually going to come down on this road. We got a striker in play. This is a Crow striker as well, but it's in concealment. We'll see how things go. All right. We got a few Op 4 guys in picket lines. Sorry, getting some questions over the 40K thing later today, or the Warhammer thing later today. I keep calling it 40K, it's not 40K. So I'm just addressing people on Discord. But I will limit those interruptions. Oh, I hear the ATGM firing. Oh, and it misses. So close. Striker group's gonna be in a panic here, try to get into cover. We might see a quick reload by this gunner, or he's gonna quickly mount it up, put it in the ATV, and reposition. You know, if Blue 4 did have javelins, that would make a lot of sense, because that would give them a little bit of extra firepower to work with all the enemy autocannons. I haven't seen any, but just because I haven't seen any doesn't mean they aren't there, because this is 220 players we're talking about.
Let's give them a warm welcome, shall we?
All right, we still got a few guys back here. Looks like they're just taking care of their wounded. Heard some artillery come in. Don't see any new black marks here, though. Looks like the artillery's heading around this position, because this is where they saw all the guys push around. But the artillery's a little far to the west at the moment. Got the ATVs pushing up a bit more. Ooh, this BMP-3, though. It's going to be on the tree line here, and it's going to have a lot of people to potentially hit in a kill zone. Yeah. Yeah, this isn't good. Op 4 have great eyes on this massive amount of Blue 4 maneuvering here. Artillery's getting closer, and it's in positions that Blue 4 want to advance to, so they might have to pull away. This ATV might get shredded in a few minutes, but it looks like it has a little bit of defilade to work with, but even so. Indirect fire coming in as well from that BMP-3, landing pretty close to some guys. Not close enough. More artillery coming in on this tree line. That round didn't detonate. Caster Curson rounds be like, all right, more BMPs firing in. I don't think BMPs have laser-guided rounds. I think that'd be a little too overpowered at that point. We got Op4 getting real close to some of the Blue 4 guys over here that are still working on trying to get each other set. Looks like they got markers for all the vehicles that they find, and then they'll put them on the map and then probably wipe them out when they're dead. BMP-3 staying on the edge of the tree line. Honestly, a BMP-3 on the flank is one of the most dangerous things Blue 4 would have to deal with. All right, the artillery striker has moved up. It is no longer back here in a really dangerous position to get hit. Oh, they've got two of them. Ooh, that could be bad. They're hitting their previous position, too. Probably because the Reaper has been scouting that area out as well. We see it up on the northern side at the moment. And we got Op4 pushing right up to the position here. Of course I love you, boo. All right. What did you get me? Do they have cream puffs at the grocery store? What's better than cream puffs? Turkey. Oh. Thank you, honey. I appreciate it. I have to get back to work now, okay? I love you, baby. There's a medieval turkey leg recipe I have that I absolutely love to use. It's just finding turkey legs is a pain in the butt. All right, we're hearing more heavy gunfire here. Looks like Blue 4 just got shot to death right here by some Op 4 guys moving up, so the one survivor's pushing away. Artillery calls are still being put in here. Hey, look, that shell finally landed. BMP-3 going even further around, but Blue 4 is doing a really great job of maneuvering forward. It's just the one issue they're going to run into now is... Oh, Caustic taking some heavy BMP fire. If I recall correctly, he's actually my liaison to these events. And he's getting singled out by the autocannons. More Op 4 marauding around on the side. You got Red Hammer on the wide flank here. With the stolen ATG with the Cormet. So that's what he did. He took the Cormet launcher here and he took the ATV. And now I think he's trying to line up a shot on the BMP-3 with it. That's hilarious. Though again, for Op 4, if they hear a Cormet launch from a distance, they might think, oh, that's just a friendly launcher doing something. Might not give it a second thought. But Reconnaissance is still on top of this position. But look at all the little Op 4 groups trying to come around this massive Blue 4 group here. What I want to see is laser-guided artillery by this drone. He's looking this way. So he's watching the fighting over here, but I don't think he realizes he could look anywhere right now and find hostile forces to potentially drop stuff on. Like literally right below him, for example. They're right under his nose, but Op 4 artillery is being fairly accurate, but not accurate enough into where the enemy is. But once again, you see Blue 4, similar to the last round, have really dispersed to make sure that even if an artillery shell lands right on top of somebody, it's only going to kill that one person. So the roaming hills here are kind of hampering the sight lines here. You got Harpor on point. More artillery coming in the center of the formation, but Blue 4 have been lucky enough to evade it. Oh, BMP firing its autocannon out, and it nails this guy. That's going to stop the advance of Blue 4 at this flank. Uh-oh. Are they going to spot him, though? Marksman should. Come on, buddy, look left. I think he's AFK. No way. Bro. But... They nailed this other guy. Oh yeah, this map is a tank map. Yeah. Wide open fields and everything. It is definitely a tank map. What is that on your back? Oh god. Oh, I got him. More artillery firing here. Is that the mortar again? Yeah, it's one of the two pocket mortars here. Inside the back of the strikers. Those are some pretty nice assets. Op 4 still on top of all these positions, though. But you can see where they're starting to set up defensive lines to stop Blue 4's advance. Right there is the main one. And then we still need to see more Op 4 forces turn around. It's 90 to 90 right now, too. Anyone's game. No number advantage. Righto, Rocker. Thanks. Darter, I think, ran out of battery. He's dive bombing. They tried switchblading the freaking minesweeping striker, and I think it disabled its gun, but otherwise did minimal damage. Oh, that's funny as hell. That's pretty damn funny. Alright, so you still got BMP-3s marauding around now the rear of this formation, but look at this. Artillery has hit and destroyed. Actually, it might have been the BMP that engaged this group. You got this vehicle cooking off as well. So 2 of the anti-tank strikers were just taken out. Again, that was either by laser-guided artillery or by rear elements over here. It's like an Op 4 guy was knocked out. They're looting him. That could have been Lotus over here getting a lick in because he's alone at this point. Op 4 still coming on the rear of this formation, but they're taking GL fire. And that striker's going to start running. And it gets Guardy there. More shots going on to these guys. Trying to find an angle on him too, unable to. The rounds are too short. So in those vehicle destructions, Blue 4 lost 5 guys, but again, those AT strikers are really important for Blue 4's front line, which is why they're keeping them on the rear and reserve, but if they lose them, then they're pretty SOL. We might have had some blue on blue here earlier, because I'm seeing some tracer rounds going in between Blue 4's lines. Look at the amount of Op 4 they're putting on this defensive ridge right here, though. Nile gets knocked out, part of the Op 4, Blue 4 RMC community. He gets double tapped. Eva moving down. You've got more BMPs firing indirect fire. into Blue 4's lines. They're going very far, but I mean, if so much indirect fire goes into various parts of this forest, eventually they're going to hit something and get a few free kills. 88 to 83. More artillery seems to be hitting this position to double tap it. And Blue 4 have otherwise committed their forces forward and are still pushing in. Op4 doing a good job with attrition here, but can still go either way. Eva's about to be found. Yep. And of course the PKP gunner finds him and mag dumps the shit out of him. Or her. Who knows. Either way. Big ouch. I'm curious where Red Hammer might go, because again, he has a pocket ATGM with the Cormet that he stole. And then you got Op4 starting to come around on the rear of Blue 4's line. So here's what's going to happen. Blue 4 is going to hit a brick wall right here with this Op4 group. They're going to probably commit this Blue 4 group to flank or bypass to try to go for the objective itself, which is over here, which, by the way, has been getting shelled. We see some destroyed vehicles smoking out. We also see some dead bodies. I would shell this compound too, because it's the final objective. Op4 is going to have a picket force there, at least in the beginning, to defend it. But as Blue 4 assaults these elements, Op4 is going to be right behind them and start encircling them, and then we'll also have artillery go down. Oh, hey, look. It's our buddy. It's our boy. Once again, he's in an artillery vehicle, and once again, same as last year. Oh, this is going to be funny. History's about to freaking repeat. Why are both of them all the way out in a position that they won't be supported? You know what? It's fine. Can you imagine being in this artillery piece and then you look up and there's an Op4 guy that climbs on top of you and just shoots the shit out of you? Now, of course, they have the GMG Crow system here, but still, that's pretty funny. At least they got a bit of point defense this time compared to the HIMAR from last year. Slav computer engineering makes it, yes. Yes, I do agree. It's Slavic or Russian computer engineering that makes 220-player PvP possible. 6-4, is this the Sam you were talking about? In which case, it might be my Sam in my Discord community and the same Sam that was in TSV, but I digress. BMP3s are still going to be firing rounds into here. Blue 4 really needs to open up with that Reaper drone and start taking things out, but I think they're doing some rear security checking first, but they need to drop GBUs on some of these units here, because otherwise the vehicles are just going to box in Blue 4 and they're going to get annihilated. Oh no. That's the sound of a BMP3, and the mortar has been firing. Oh, Ilvanek. It's funny how history repeats, buddy. It's pretty damn funny. Our other artillery Vic's gonna completely bypass. There's the ATGM launch from the BMP. He's trying to drive away. Yeah. Yeah. No surprise there. Happened last year on the 4th round with him in a HIMAR. Happened the 4th round this year in an artillery striker. That's funny as hell. Oh, and he just jumped in chat immediately, so we'll be able to witness his death. I love it. Anyway. Alright, so as I said, Op4 is going to start making some pickets on the flanks here. You're starting to see that encirclement come in. Got some Op4 infantry on the sides here. I'm very worried for Blue 4 right now. We're also about 43 minutes in this 2-hour scenario. Next 30 minutes are going to be very, very brutal. We saw AT fire up at this 80 Alpha. 80 Alpha's going to move forward, wonder what hit him. I'd run, boys. You missed the shot and you pissed it off. They fall back. We still have this one blue 4 guy chilling in this house. I think he's just gone AFK, because at this point, he's just chilling back there in his inventory. You got some Op 4 guys getting some shots on blue 4 here. Mr. Sam under fire. Yeah, no, that's Sam is definitely filling in for. There's 6-4 down there too. Gotcha. Oh, we got Zicky from OFCRA in the MOR community. He's trying to push these guys. But I'm gonna be honest, some of these Russian players, they're Zickies themselves, man, in terms of skill. 2-man ambush done right there. Immediate smokes going out. A lot of solo players, they can always call on that BMP3 to come and assist. I heard an autocannon going, don't know what it was on. Might have been this vehicle. Nope, that's a Gaz. Zicky flanks around and gets Leech. I'm sorry I ever doubted you, buddy. Bradley has pushed up in the forest. It tries to hit the BTR 80, but it pulls back. Technically an 80 Alpha. And you still got Op 4 trying to come in on the rear here and close the noose. But the entirety of the blue 4 formation surrounded. There is a bit of a blue 4 breakthrough ability right here. However, there is a BMP 3 in the way. And not even the javelin launcher can save Odo, as his head is literally spinning. So as he was trying to probably get the lock on, the BMP annihilated him. This guy's pushing up with an AT-4. So yeah, proof that there were javelins in play, but if your javelin gunner's in the open field on point, he's gonna have a bad time. We have a dead blue 4 guy right here. And it looks like they get Brown here. This is a lot of shots on target, though, to knock out that single guy. But as long as Op4 keeps making even trades, look at the number count right now. We're at 71 to 82. And Op4 is making a very decisive victory here. It looks like as Blue 4 push units in the open, they're just getting eliminated. These guys probably took an ATGM hit from the BMP3's position right here. And Blue 4 just hasn't realized where that Op 4 Vic is, so as they try to cross in front of this open field, they're just going to get annihilated. This group, meanwhile, has crossed, but they're taking fire from the Op 4 elements here. That's the previous fight we saw. And you still got some Op 4 moving around, taking out what they can around this position. Look at this spot. AT just went out on that blue 4 Vic. That appears to be another striker. And you got multiple blue 4 dead inside. So Op 4 just doing some really nasty ambushes in this forest, but with their reconnaissance tools, they've been able to find where blue 4 was pushing, just encircle them. And I'm gonna be honest, that's because that picket team took fire back here, and then the drones moved over, checked it out, saw all of the blue 4 force, and they just adjusted their plan. They moved these guys around. They moved a small force around on the right side. Actually, that force was already in, but they've moved a few more since with some, with the BTR-80 Alpha and then 2 BMP3s. And then they laser guided some arty. They even used a freaking, they turned their darter drone into a switchblade, knocking out the gun turret on one of the Vics. We do see some mines deployed here, though. I want to give that a quick look. What types of mines? Looks like simple anti-infantry, but those are American mines. And then Op 4 is now coming along the rear, and they're striking at whatever they can. This is the final MGS Vic trying to pull back. You can see that its hull is grayed out a little bit. Or darkened would be the better term, indicating that it has taken some damage. But look, this Blue 4 group's made it through, but Op 4 still right next to it. I wouldn't mind seeing some of these Op 4 guys pulling around trying to encircle that group because that BMP is going to lock down these guys. But at the same time, you got this 4-man team coming on the rear of this Blue 4 group as well. More rounds go in to cook off that vehicle. Smart call. You got more autocannon rounds coming in. This is the vehicle that got switchbladed. And now the BMP-3 shooting it in the ass and disabling it. Yes, there's no more mines around this one area here, so... Meth getting right on top of some Blue 4 guys here. And Met gets meted with his fate. Interesting. So these are some of the Blue 4 guys on point here. 2 BMP-3s have pulled back. Oh, God. Well, remember when we said earlier that, you know, or someone in chat said that this was a big open map for tanks and heavy vehicles? Yeah, me too, buddy. This is why you generally don't want to move in those open fields, because that happens. 63 to 80 on the player count. This is inevitable with the play style of solid games on any mission with a plan, to be honest. Yeah. Because they'll literally just send small teams around and encircle the force at the platoon level and just... At that point, it's just a bunch of sharks with a shit ton of minnows in the middle, and they'll just slowly go in, get their kills, and probably die, but they're doing a good job, and you can really see that. I wouldn't say it's the infantry plays that are getting a bulk of the kills, though. It's more so the artillery and the vehicles getting them. All right, Met just got double-tapped. He was knocked uncon. Oh, he spotted him. And he gets the kill. I don't think he dropped someone on the left side, though. Bradley came up. I think it fired an ATGM, but missed. Now it's fighting with this BMP. Neither side receiving any critical damage, but it looks like this Vic, this was a Blue 4 striker that got taken out by the BMP-3s. Honestly, I think Blue 4 could have used a little bit more armor. I get what they were going for by giving that Reaper drone more, some GBUs, but still. Blue 4 put an ATGM in that BMP-3, and yeah, those toes on the Bradleys are designed to kill Russian armor, especially their IFVs. You still got the Reaper drone above. Plenty of targets for them to hit. And again, this, for example, this has been here like all game. The only time they moved it was originally back here, and then they moved it up 10 minutes later. So that would be a perfect target for the GBUs to hit, but because it's between two buildings, I guess they just haven't had the chance to focus on it. And since there's been so much maneuvering by Op4, they haven't really had a chance to watch everything move. Or focus on those static targets there in themselves. BMP-3 is now pushing back. I'm not sure if any of these guys have AT, because the AT gunners might have gotten killed early on. But you can tell why the 240 Bravos used the heavy weapon gunners, and their javelin gunners are probably dead in the field, because we already saw one of them get annihilated earlier. Blue 4 maneuvering a big chunk, but you just see all of the Op 4 names around him at this point. And that Blue 4 guy, he's still AFK over there. This Blue 4 group, meanwhile, Op 4's gotten on their rear and started piecemealing them. And you can tell this Blue 4 squad just in a fight for its life, but they are getting the sight lines on some of these Op 4 elements and taking them out. But will it be enough? It's 57 to 73 at the moment. We're still on the first hour. Soon to end, though. Bradley on the rear line here is engaging enemy infantry that are crossing on the rear of the formation here. Interesting to see that Bradley's doing rear security here, but they are picking people off. However, those guys are kind of the least of anyone's worries. We just saw an Op 4 guy walk onto and eliminate a Blue 4 element there. It's the suppressed shooters again. And some double taps. You still hear that autocannon going ham. You got the remaining Op 4 guys around this left flank here that try to do that encirclement are all holding still. That BMP3 left the town and is now providing direct security on this position. So that shows me that Op 4's feeling really confident about all of this. Blue 4 still have a good chunk of players, mind you. But the question is, can they surround and secure them? I don't know why this guy was knocked uncon. Maybe there's a stray arty round, or maybe someone shot at him thinking he was hostile. Either way. It's Blue 4's eastern flank right now that's doing really well and could still get to the objective. But the western one is getting torn apart. And then the rear groups are also getting hit pretty hard by southern groups here. 51 to 67. That means Op 4 is... Oh, they just got revived a guy back. But... And immediately lost one. But Op 4 is 15 dudes ahead. I mean, that's a pretty significant advantage. And then we just saw that this one guy got here. 17 player advantage. And again, Op 4 have the vehicles. But this BMP on the rear is opting to engage what it can. Back here, we got a smoking Kamaz truck, which is a Russian transport. Ilbanek, the Reaper drone that was unarmed, died. This one I've confirmed already. It's the one with the 4 GBUs, that, at least in the start. So it's still active, it just hasn't dropped any ordnance yet. I made sure to check, because otherwise, then yeah, it would be even worse. But, you know, they'd be flying the unarmed one casually over people's heads to distract them, but it got, hit with an Igla round, I believe, but that's why they're so defensive with that other Reaper drone. Lotus is flying that one directly. Oh, that's why you're back here, because you're the one flying. That makes total sense. But yeah, this was, I think, HQ, and HQ got blown up by an arty shell. Laser guided, which was pretty funny to happen in the beginning. I just heard a grenade get thrown. More Russian forces firing from afar over here. Maybe they spotted Balu over there. And now you got Damar here trying to get some flanking shots. Grenade, I think, fell short. BMP3 just came out here trying to use that vehicle as cover, but got destroyed. By what? I don't know. Because these are the two MGSs that got destroyed. I have no idea. So the IFE has come back here. It looks like it's going to be picking up someone back there. This thing might have gotten a tow launcher on it or something. And you got some Blue 4 stragglers back here, and Op 4 is just kind of surrounding this position. BMP still overwatching. Oh, no. Where'd it go? BMP's... Nope, that's an ATV, but we have a single infantry guy. That's Red Hammer. He's ditched his ATV. And he might find another. That's funny. That's so funny. Keeping my camera on it for now. Infantry literally getting right on top of each other. The northern group's getting hit pretty hard. Blue 4 pretty much down to this solid group right here. BMP's coming around again. Da-dun. Da-dun. Dun 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 dun.
So let's give him a warm welcome, shall we?
That's funny. I miss Sicky too. I wish he wasn't banned from OFCRA, but hey, say lovey. Alright. Op 4 now cleaning up the rest of the Blue 4 element over here on the western flank. Op 4 now having that number advantage to do the clearing. I just heard some sort of tow launch. Here's some autocannon firing. That's the Bradley. It has taken out another Op 4 vehicle. That might be another BMP-3. So I think there's only 4 or 3 BMP-3s remaining. We've got one here. We got one all the way back there. I only see 2. Okay, there's the third. So 3 remaining. That Bradley has taken out 2 on its own with those tows, so good on it, but will it be enough to bounce back? Because Blue 4's Vix, they still have the Reaper. We have a Striker M2. We've got... no, they still have both of their Bradleys, because the other one's marauding around back here. We have another M2 Striker. And then we got one MGS AT Striker. So I'll be honest, those things have not really been that effective. But then again, 2 of them died almost immediately, so... Ugh. Northern group has been mostly shot to death by this Op 4 marauding group that's regrouped on the northern side. You got the Western force, still too strong, but they're dealing with a few wolves surrounding them. At least with these 2 groups on the outside, it is forcing Op 4 to commit forces to potentially deal with a larger force, because you still have a lot of guys in this forested area, which has pulled them away from potentially attacking this position, so these guys can bypass and start heading through this village and then that final objective. So Blue 4 still has a solid chance here, though, despite being down 13 guys. But I think similar to the previous round 4 last year, which was Israel versus Egypt, the winner, regardless of the numbers, is going to be whoever still has their vehicle support by the end of the game. And that's why these BMPs are doing such a desperate job of sniping vehicles. Looks like they disabled a BTR, but now the BMP-3 is trying to tow it back to base to potentially get it to get repaired. However... this was the repair truck for Op 4, and it got shelled within the first, 15 minutes of the game. So, tough call there either way, and we have another vehicle that's blown up, and that appears to be one of the BTR-80 Alphas. Now you got the MGS. I think that's what got the kill. What I'm a little worried is FB Cat coming up with his RPG 26 because he's going to have a solid shot. And I think that Vic immediately turned around because they saw him and we're like, oh, nope, we're not doing that. Now looking up here, Albert got shot to shit. He was a Blue 4 player, and we got a vehicle out here. Yeah, it's a BMP. So it's stopping some of the infantry from trying to advance on that base. Again, this is just going to end up being who has the better vehicle support. And Blue 4 are starting to bounce back. Op 4, they started with 6 BMP3s and 3 BTR-80s, and now Op 4 is down to, I think, 3 BMP3s and 1 BTR-80 that's being towed back to base. And then Blue 4 still has that Reaper drone, so they might still be able to drop GBUs on people. And then we got all that going. You know, Ilbanek, you're reminding me, they did have a camera script. And if I were to have that camera script, I'd probably put it in the HQ building. Ah, yes. Stunning camera work, Ilbanek. There's some people in here, so let's see if it might be in here. Nope, they're just occupying the bathroom. Ilbanek, if you tell me in 15 minutes where it is, I'll give it another look, but I don't see... Unless you mean restraint source. My God. $42.54 per player count. You got this guy hiding. You can hear the vehicles coming around. Bradley's going way north to go around. You've got the other artillery vehicle still up. 2S1 is also by the HQ. AT is going to be the one thing people really, really need to take out some of these Vics on their own. Bradley's definitely going to be a priority target for any Op 4 that happen to spot him. I don't see any reactive armor damage on this thing either, and I know it's been fighting. It's killed 2 BMP3s so far, so that's good on it. But we got this crew with the BMP3. I think this is the one that's also been doing a lot of damage to Blue 4 as well. ATGM comes in, misses. Because that BMP3 is trying to fly evasive. They fire their own shot, it hits a tree. BM3 is doing it, it's doing its best to utilize its mobility against the enemy here. It's fighting an MGS Striker. And then the 50 cal is also shooting at it. I'm not sure if a 50 cal will do damage to a BMP3. It might though. Another ATGM round goes in, it's a miss. Bradley also in a position to fire at the BMP3 now. It's taking fire from a anti-tank vehicle, an autocannon. Oh, but something goes tits up. And that's the MGS. I think they were trying to get to the repair vehicle, but it got hit. BMP3 is now advancing. And I'm going to say the MG3s were a little on the worthless side. Because it's just a tank gun, but fighting a BMP3, which is a tank gun, an ATGM launcher, an autocannon, and coax all in one. I mean, it's a lot of firepower. It's a really nice package. There's a reason I put it on the damn airship for the POG-op on Thursday. It'd be funny is if this guy had AT and he would actually get a shot on that BMP3, but it looks like he doesn't. He's hiding in the bush. This BMP-3, though, is going to be very emboldened by that. It might advance right into the Bradley, and the Bradley might bitch slap it with a tow. You can still hear it firing. Look at this guy right here, though. He's got a bunch of dismounts around him. He could easily get a kill or two on that. Top 4 might start sending these forces around on the forest, hitting the rear of this formation, but 37 to 51. Oh, Randy decides to take a piss in a tree, and unfortunately, a Rusky grabbed his dick and twisted it. And that is why Randy is now unconscious. Grenade getting thrown into the tree. Cat tries to run right into the grenade and gets blown away. Meanwhile, the autocannon fight. They find the Striker finds the BMP-3 and gets annihilated. I'm gonna say it, though, Strikers versus BMP-3s. I mean, that's a tough one for the Strikers. Admittedly. And we still have this Bradley all the way up on the north. It needs to be committing itself to assist. We have another BMP-3, though, coming in on the right flank. Might be able to find the Bradley and take it out with an ATGM shot. And you got this dismount. He's taking some stray fire. Alright, he has defilade cover, but again, when you set your terrain coefficients to the slight lowest setting, you can start seeing over terrain. That better not be the Bradley. Okay, this is a chunk of infantry that are getting absolutely shelled by this BMP-3. Where is the Bradley to assist? I think I hear it up here engaging. It just took a hit, though. More ATGM shots coming in. Bradley's advancing. ATGM shot! Engine down. More ATGMs going in. That BMP-3 has an autoloader, and they're using it to constantly load ATGMs, but now there's flanking fire coming in, and there's a down Bradley. Ah, they did a great job, but unfortunately, it was just too much. They just kept auto-loading ATGM rounds, man. Man, if he had a stick of AT4 right now. If only. So I think Blue 4 only has one Bradley in play. It might try to get on the rear. No, it cooks off. No, it's disabled. Okay. But one of them's on fire. All right. What the heck's cooking back here? Oh, the other Reaper drone. I guess it finally ran out of ammo, but it dropped no GBUs. It was shot down by AA. Okay. Because we see the smoke coming out, indicating it was an Igloo launch. And, you know, from the trajectory of the smoke and where that went down, no surprise there. Looks like it might have dropped something on this HQ, though. That or it was another artillery barrage, because now something's smoking on that. It's 29 to 49 Op4 with a 20-player lead. And you still have this Pachela drone just doing dedicated recon. We still have an artillery striker and a Bradley in play for Blue 4. And an M2 striker for Blue 4 as well. But it's on the forefront of an Op4 assault here, so... It's got a Crow turret, though. And that turret might have thermal capability. Meanwhile, Op4, we've got 2 BMP-3s and their artillery tank. And that appears to be it. Do you think the Bradley can 2v1 these Vics here? It's going to get behind this... one autocannon Vic and smoke. Oh, no, he bled out. Never mind. And even then, there's an ATGM round coming in to finish it off. Actually, it wouldn't be an, it would be a tow, not an ATGM round. The difference is you fire the ATGM round and then you guide it into the tow. It's literally you just launch the damn thing. It's independent of the cannon. So you got some American stragglers in the back. TK Llama is still alive. I think he's the mission dev for this one. Could be wrong, though. Might have been for the last one. Who knows? Striker's in a bad spot. Getting pushed by multiple Op 4 infantry. But the question is, do the Op 4 infantry have AT to deal with that Striker? Because one guy's watching it right now. Probably calling up that he needs AT assistance. Crow's not finding him. I'd imagine the Bradley's probably going to stay along the right side. Oh, no. That's funny. I guess he's waiting for someone to turn out, but they do have a camera on that little circle thing's meant to, I think, give him an optic. If not, he's got viewports from the crew right there. If only Blue 4 had AT. More artillery landing. And that managed to hit the BTR 80 that they had back in reserve. I was wondering what would happen to that thing. Are they direct firing with that? Yes, they are. That's funny. They're just gonna guide it in by eye. Oh, Bradley taking wide berths, I know, but it needs to be a little more effective. We've got the Striker. Firing more artillery, probably at the HQ. Yep, we're seeing it land. I'm occasionally hitting the peaky to see if they're dropping mines on each other. Alright, yeah, this Striker got pushed by some AT. People are burning to death. It is 45 to 26. Sixor running around, but again, Op 4 staying in the trees here. Autocannon firing. I think they're trying to hit these two guys. Explosions going off. We need to see that Bradley come in. When it gets over here, it needs to somehow get a flank and just hit both of those BMP-3s, then strike the 2S 3M artillery tank. I feel like both ops have been unfairly balanced a bit in Op 4's favor, but both sides have had that unfair balance work for them, so both sides have won a round. And I'm fine with something like that, as long as both sides get to enjoy, but if one side dominates, then it's like, ugh, you know, why? That's a bit mean. But I feel like Blue 4, again, had the tools to actually fight back properly. Imagine if the GBU was able to snipe one or two of the vehicles, then Blue 4 would have a Bradley to work with indiscriminately. Here's what I think is going to happen. They're going to line up a shot, tow that artillery tank, and then I think the BMP-3 is going to flank it. That's just by sheer luck, to be honest. Op 4 surrounding this position, double tapping bodies. Now they're going to start moving on the infantry cluster over here. 43 minutes remaining. Artillery tank still trying to properly line itself up to be a direct fire weapon. There's the artillery tank getting hit by a tow. But Blue 4 also had javelins. It's just they were in bad positions. The other BMP-3 gets hit by a tow. What's the status of this Bradley? Gun might be disabled. Definitely took some damage because it has a darkened texture. Will that final BMP3 get in a position to flank it? He tries to fire around, hits him. Side armor takes the hit, and you can see where it hit directly. BMP3 is going to limp back, and I think the repair vehicle is still active. I thought I saw it up here. It might have been moved, though. The fuel Vic is active. Oh, no freaking way. You mad lads. That could change the game. This could change the game right here. Take one of the enemy's BMP3s. Because again, whoever's going to win this fight at the end of the day is going to be whoever has the superior vehicle support. Because this final base is literally just going to get chewed up by vehicles. And the vehicles can cover and hit any infantry. Because Op4, I think, have lost all of their ATGM launchers at this point. They might... Okay, no, they still have an ATV back here, which indicates they might still have a Cormet launcher. Now you got Op4 crossing over. Blue 4's on a bit of a timer, though, because as Op4 come in, they might see these vehicles in the open. You got Pachella directly reconning out that Bradley. The gun is still okay for the Bradley, and it looks like they're going to not take repair. They're instead going to try to maneuver on that BMP3. BMP3 is going to move back to the final HQ to hold a last stand location. Because this is a 1v1, but this right here can change the game. I guess another question is its tracks, because that's going to be the one thing that this repair vehicle can't fix. So if it still has at least one working track, it's going to have a spare track in its inventory to fix it. But they're going to also need to get it repaired, but they need to do it quickly, because otherwise Op4 might spot this and immediately make it a priority target and start shooting at it, though. But, counter, Blue 4 can just repair the gun, move the vehicle aside, and start auto-cannoning the shit out of any Op4 they see. We're at 23 to 40. Blue 4 picket forces on front are going to start taking out elements that are in this forest area. Could be a minor upset here, where Blue 4 starts trading 2 or 3 to 1. Or they'll get spotted early on as they try to cross it and eliminated. Malololo's still up. Is he going to get dropped by this guy? Okay, he heard him in the bush. Oh, you dastardly dog. You're taking the suppressed saw to not only confuse weapon PID, but also make your gun very quiet. I think there were a few Blue 4 stragglers that they're now hitting. Yeah, Randy was Blue 4, and they've taken Blue 4 weaponry to hide PID. That's the smartest thing you can do in this type of scenario. Got more Op4 crossing. We're about to have a complete 2-to-1 advantage here by Blue 4. This guy's about to get walked up on the left. Might shoot him in the butt, but it looks like he's going to stick to the barriers right here. Now he's in the open. Grommet. Grommet. Grommet's very tired. Op4 moving in. Let's do a status check of this BMP3. Still actively checking it and getting systems repaired. Single infantry guy back here. Where's that BMP3 at this point? It's completely redeployed to help with this push here. Grommet gets spotted and taken out. Suspected as much. Something else just exploded back here. It's the Striker with the Arty in it. It just fired some more rounds and it's redeploying, and they managed to get another kill or two here. Funny enough, Red Hammer was a Blue 4 player, and he managed to get up here. He might have traded with Pack, but he's died early on. And I think this is another Op4 player that took Arty. I got the Bradley marauding around. Oh, no. Graham, that's the smartest thing you can do, buddy. As long as you're not spotted early on, that's a free vehicle kill. Archer gets knocked out. Blue 4 in a disadvantageous position here, but they have the Striker. Pro System Striker should be able to snipe out anyone that moves in the open. That's what they're doing. So that Striker might be able to help hold Op4 from advancing on Blue 4's position, 19 to 37. But you still have Snoopy flying around. I love that. Bradley's now coming back, though, to provide local assistance. And I love how Sixor and this other guy have been hugging each other as they maneuver around. Texture changed on the BMP. They're getting it repaired. Autocannon from that remaining Op4 BMP-3 is now firing. Bradley might come up and focus it down. It's hard to say. They're looking, though. Oh, my God. 36 minutes. 20 Blue 4 to 37 Op4, but those autocannons can change the game. Grom has the Javelin out and is locking on. Careful you don't hit the trees with that, broski. Because if you hit the trees, I'm going to laugh at you. But yeah, Bradley's going to be in the open. He just has to get to the edge of the tree line, launch it, and that Bradley's dead. BMP-3 is pushing. Captured BMP-3 is ready. All right. Bradley pushed off into the forested area over to the south. No. What are you? Are you the Striker? I mean, they do have an AGS on that thing. Not a Mark 19, but with a Crow system. So it's a GMG, like an AGS. So that could still do a big chunk of damage. BMP-3 is advancing. It's getting target fixated. Bradley spots it, takes it out with an AGM. Oh, excuse me. And that is all of Op4's vehicle support dead. But is Brand going to get the Javelin lock? He loses it in the bushes. This could be where it turns around. Blue 4 down to 18 players. Yes, Op4 has a 2-to-1 advantage right now. Actually, no, 2 below a complete 2-to-1 advantage. But with Blue 4 having vehicle superiority, this is where the game could turn around. Crow system is picking off individual infantry as they run in. And just like that, another few people die. Op4 is doing their best to advance, but again, Crow is just going to literally snipe any infantry that try to advance on this infantry group, because Op4 no longer has vehicle support. Graham doing his best to try to get an angle on some other people, but Bradley's advancing. Wow, the Striker got sniped by AT. I'm assuming that was by this one shooter here. So there goes the GMG. Great play there. You could still see the Javelin get a hit here. Oh no, he might think it's friendly. But he doesn't run up to it. But he doesn't immediately pull his Javelin out either. Oh, someone sniped the Striker. Blue 4 losing their vehicles. Oh, that's their one crutch they have. If they lose them, then Op 4 is going to definitely win this by infantry. I hear that thing in the sky. There she is. With that vehicle down, I think these 4 infantry are just going to get pushed by everything around them. Yoa wakes back up only to get shot again and knocked out. If the Bradley were to come back and assist, that would be great. Looks like Quizday was able to get the kill on Swede there. The fuel Vic is here. Autocannon fire on the final objective. They should be picking up people and loading them in their Bradley at this point. Basically picking up survivors and just rushing the final objective, because from there, they only have to stay in there for 2 minutes after they fully clear it out. And with a vehicle, they could potentially do it, because otherwise the remaining Blue 4 guys are just getting immediately picked off here. The Fuel Vic could also drive up. That's Queen's Day. Not Queen's Day, my bad. I think Hydra just did some suppression on Aaron's position from this one window. Bradley, though, without infantry support, isn't going to have enough ability to take the compound. Oh, this is tough. That infantry support's going to triple in. Merc gets blown up by an HE RPG, so it was an OG round. You can tell by the smoke distribution. That landed right on him, and he has a spare javelin. Someone could take that and AGM the, they could AGM any of the Vics. Oh, man. Fuel Vics pulling back. You also have Sixor up here, and you've got TK Llama marauding around the north, but 12 to 32, most of Op 4 is deployed close enough to the zone. Yeah, you got the autocannon around, but if Blue 4 lose all of their infantry, there isn't really any hope for them to push into here. Is this red on red? Of course it is! Get him! Autocannons now taking out individual infantry members in this town here. Other Op 4 members shooting at their own guys. There might be hope for Blue 4 here, 12 to 30. And Sixor and this other guy keep playing with the Dance of Death, and TK Llama, I think, is still slowly heading into the AO. Where's that other Blue 4 guy that was flying drones? He's coming in as well, because his drones went down. That would be Lotus. Or with an O. Last 30 minutes recalling here. Definitely going to have to immediately jump into that Warhammer Fantasy thing. Look at this guy. He's playing chicken with the fuel truck. Get out of there. I think he just pretended to drive in a circle to make him think he killed him, but... oh. Yeah, Grom's now turning around thinking, oh, why is it still driving? And now the BMP-3's coming back. Oh, no. You were shooting at this body. It's a Blue 4 body. I think he was already dead, though. More autocannon fire going in on the compound. BMP3's blindly driving around. Grom's hidden under a tree. Or Graham, excuse me. Oh my god. 2 infantry and a Bradley versus, what is that? 3, 6, 7. 7 infantry in the zone, 1 infantry on the outskirts. Locally, that could be winnable, but unlikely. I love how they're just guessing. Just watch your crossfire. Oh, for the love of God, watch your crossfire. Just run over every tree in the zone and eventually you'll find him. Alright, looks like the red on red stopped, so they're gonna probably start trickling back to the base. We need to see this BMP push and help eliminate Op 4 infantry trickling in. Instead, it's getting hung up on Graham here. All right, CK Llama, you got Lotus back there. There's still enough time, I think, for them to possibly trickle in the AO and still get a few kills. What I'm curious about, though, is... That's a Javelin. Oh, no. You know, that's ironic. The first effective Javelin use tonight did its job. It killed a Russian vehicle. Unfortunately, it was in the hands of an Op 4 Russian firing on a Blue 4 vehicle crew. That cracks me up. Aaron gets taken out as he moves in. Kassad's in the AO. At this point, Blue 4's not going to have the manpower to actually take the sector because they needed like 4 people in the sector to actually start taking it. So I think this is an Op 4 victory, 9-31. 3 Blue 4 out of position, 3 are in that vehicle, 1's right there, 1's in that Vic, and I honestly don't know where the last one is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So where is the 9th guy? Huh. Maybe Kassad will do something god tier here. We'll see. Easy come, easy go, I guess. Oh, now the Bradley's coming out here. Jesus Christ. A little late on that, Chief. I'm going to put $5 down to say it's going to get javelined. Well, there goes Floster. AT goes in, short, and late anyway. Another AT round goes in, it is also short. Wait, Graham! Graham, it's your time to shine, buddy! Graham, please. This would be hilarious if you got the other Bradley kill with the... Come on. Come on, I'm poking you with the stick. Come on, buddy. You gotta save the rest of your boys, because they kinda need saving here. That's another one. Love that Op 4 is desperately running everyone back into this AO here. Kassad, if you're smart, you would have picked up that Op 4 gun to hide your weapon ID. You did not. Okay. That's all right, buddy. I still believe in you. Graham, please. Graham, it would be so funny, and you would pretty much cement the victory for Op 4. Come on. Yes. He's tapping E to use his intelligence. Oh my god. Yes. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, he lost lock, so he's doing it again. Ready? Beep, 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 beep. He probably doesn't know how to use that damn thing. Graham, prove me wrong, buddy. Come on. Come on, just literally wait it out with the javelin. Keep trying to get that lock. You'll get it, buddy. I believe in you. Oh, it's got instructions on it. Unfortunately, he doesn't speak English. That's not good. There's a language barrier today. Hey, Bob, you think we should be concerned if there's, you know, a track sound? Nah, we'll be fine, Steve. Here, let me just finish tapping up your shoulder right here. You know, we got this great American weapon to work with. I think we'll be okay. Yeah, oh, you know, it's probably a friendly Vic too, right? No, it's not. We should probably get to cover. Yeah, right, that would be smart. Get the RPG out. Turret's not disabled. Yeah, an RPG-26 doesn't really do much against a Bradley, admittedly. Even if you hit it in the right spot, that thing doesn't care. It might be going up to pick up stragglers and come back. Which means they're leaving the fuel truck to go on the offensive. You know what? I believe in this fuel truck. I think it's going to do a lot of damage. It's literally a mobile bomb, and it's getting shot at. I see, but they're baiting out the infantry so Casada can come up and hit him. There goes the fuel truck. And... did you fall? Did you trip? No one shot you. How did you die? But no one... I give up. I give up. Alright, Bradley's ferrying one dude into the AO. It's 7-27, boys. We got this. Literally 27 infantry versus a Bradley. And there's 19 minutes left on the damn clock. All right, while they develop something, I'm going to shoot someone a message real quick. I've got a few people joining late for today. Can we make sure that the Arma server IP is posted somewhere in the TeamSpeak with the port and password for them? Question mark. Just want to get that sent. That's for the Warhammer Fantasy Checkpoint RP later today. Looks like they're going back for Lotus as well, and they might go back for 6-or. 27 infantry versus one Bradley boy with a wild card now in play. And his name is Quiz Day. Look, this man, I know he's already gotten a kill. He was part of an artillery crew, and now he's going to John Wick this. Mark my words, all right? Casada tried, but unfortunately, gravity beat him. He probably tripped on the Hesco barrier, hit his head right on the corner of this thing, and just split his head open. Bad way to go, but you can't trust Op4 logistics when you're Blue 4, okay? They will kill you. You gotta be careful. So the Pachella drone flying around. All right. Let's go, Quiz Day. I'm ready. Watching with bated breath. He's got this. He's totally got this. He just got shot at. That's fine. He's totally got this. Oh, he's got this. Yeah, he's going to get to cover. So Op4 now knows he's here. It's fine. See, Quiz Day is baiting Op4 to come out of their positions of cover to engage him in the open, and that's where he's going to get the headshots. Definitely. He's even stolen an AK, so it's going to confuse the hell out of Op4. Look at this. Op4 trying to move up. Oh, he took fire from the second story up there on the rooftop, but that's exactly what Quiz Day wants, because now he can fold in right here. He made them think. Oh, he saw that door open. He heard the grenade get thrown. Look at this man. He's actually doing a good job. I was kind of joking here, but he's doing great. Another grenade goes out. He's still going to cover him. Might have just seen that little doorway open. He's going to totally bait this guy. He's in a great anti-grenade position. The thing is, if he shoots his gun, it's going to sound like an Op4 one. Funny enough, Morales is going to sound like a Blue 4 one. Oh, where'd that grenade go? Woo! That's close. Uh-oh. Another grenade throw. Gets a kill on Cymerg. Oh, the way over there. Quick Mac check. How's the BM? It's coming. It found more people to shoot. It might be trying to rescue Sixor. Random grenades going out. Something autocannon S just exploded. That's Ricochet because the BM, the Bradley. No! The Bradley's getting some kills. Quiz Day gets taken out by a suppressed shooter. It's suppressed 249. All right, 6-24. Op4 now has a 4-1 number advantage. And the Bradley is trying to find Sixor. Oh my god. Well, there is now no longer a purple faction. So, purple lost, I'm sorry to say. And Op4 have now lost their 4-1 advantage. Now it's 3-1. Almost 4-1, but it's technically 3-1. We're good. We just gotta let the Bradley do more Bradley things, and we'll be good. And we've got 14 minutes for the Bradley to make a move. Sixor is gonna have to go on his own, on foot. He's got a few Op4 guys around him, but you know what? I believe in the Bradley. Did he wake back up? He did. He climbed back up a bit, and then he got swarmed, but at least he woke back up for a few moments. Anyway, 6-23, but there's a Bradley. So it might be looking like Op4 is going to win this. They've got the number advantage. They're the defenders of this scenario. But Blue 4 does have an autocannon. And it's a very nice autocannon. Anything's possible. I don't think Sixor is going to be able to get into the AO now that these guys have gone in. But, you know, the autocannon, there's 6 people in it. There's 5 people in it. All right, and then the 6 is outside. All right, so there was a ghost blue 4, but I guess he died. Or no, maybe it was Quiz Day, and I just wasn't seeing him on my scope when I checked. That's why. Okay. Now we just need to see autocannon things. There's a lot of circles, but 1 square. I'm trying to hype this up. I'm hoping we see some awesome rebound here, but anything's possible. We have some Op 4 picket forces in the open. They're going to try to stall the Bradley. Do not dismount the infantry in the open, please. Why? What are you doing? What are you doing? What? What was the plan? What? We'll be back immediately after the 15-minute timer runs out for the Warhammer Fantasy Checkpoint RP. Thank you so much for watching. Go operate operationally. Enjoy the rest of your day or night. Cheers, and hopefully I'll see you in a second. Don't go anywhere.